Good morning. How's everybody doing? Yeah? All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2025 NICE Conference and Expo. I'm Brian Fonseca. I'm director of Florida International University's Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy. I also serve as the founding executive director of cybersecurity at FIU, which is our university's multidisciplinary cybersecurity initiative. And I have the incredible honor of serving as your MC this week. So it's wonderful to see so many familiar faces. Just to show of hands, how many have attended before? That's amazing. So if you've noticed, there's been one modest change to the conference so far, and that is we have changed the walk-up song from Miami Vice. We have essentially sunset Miami Vice. Now, I'm kidding partly and partly not. Of course, Randy Pastana, who has been an incredible colleague of ours, is not with us today. He's serving detail at the Pentagon, and so unfortunately he's with us in spirit. He couldn't be here in person. We seized the opportunity to move away from Miami Vice. At one point we did try to move him to Knight Rider. That didn't work. And so here we are. We sort of set sail on a new vision. And again, he's watching, I'm sure. And so again, we're grateful for all the impact that he's still making in his role, and we hope that he'll be back with us next year. But it's truly a pleasure to be with all of you here in beautiful Colorado. And of course, while the views are certainly stunning, Colorado offers much more. And you hear that often from people from Colorado, that we're not just about the mountains, we got much more to offer. And Colorado is an amazing hub for technology, education, and what we're seeing in the cybersecurity space. And this year, we were especially proud to partner with the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, a national leader in cybersecurity education and workforce development. And I'm looking at Gretchen Bliss, who has been an incredible partner here on the ground. And if not for her leadership, this would have not gone as well as it has. And so Gretchen, we're really grateful for the partnership that we have with the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. So thank you so much. And it's partners like this that reflect what it truly takes to move our field forward. A shared vision, trusted collaboration, and a deep, sustained commitment to meaningful impact. This conference is more than just a convening, it's a community. And just by the show of hands of how many people have been here before, this is where many of those relationships have started and where those relationships continue. And as people go home after the conference, carry those relationships with them to, again, do thought-provoking, meaningful things that support what we're trying to do, which is bolster the cybersecurity workforce. At FIU, we're proud to be at the forefront of this work. As a leader in cybersecurity, education, and research, FIU is deeply committed to expanding access to higher quality cyber training, developing innovative curriculum, and fostering inclusive pathways into the workforce. Our long-standing collaboration with NIST and New America has been instrumental in advancing the goals of the NICE framework, connecting national policy with local action, and bringing together diverse voices from across the sector. Of course, an event like this wouldn't be possible without the generous support of our sponsors, all of them which are out in the expo booth, and I hope you all have an opportunity to go out there and engage with them. Their generous support has been incredible. Each of our sponsors, I just want to say thank you for investing in the future of cyber workforce and allowing for convenings like this to take place. Without you, it'd be impossible to pull something like this off, and so we're really grateful for that. I want to give two other special shout outs. The first is to our programming committee. Our programming committee, who some representatives will be up here later on this morning, has taken the lead in ensuring that we have a thoughtful series of discussions over the next 2 days. And they've spent the last year meeting routinely to ensure that we are moving the program forward. I'm really grateful for the work that they've done. And of course, to our organizing committee, all of the logistics, all of the background, putting something like this together happens day one after the previous iteration, and so they've been spending the last year. And I see Barbara up here in the front row, who I have to give a shout out. She never gets shout outs. She doesn't like shout outs, but I have to call her out because she has been such a force in ensuring that this program went off without a hitch, even when Randy left us for the Pentagon. And so, Barbara, I'm really grateful for what you've done. As you know, the theme of this year's conference is climbing higher, hence the High Hopes walk-up song when we hit today, as sort of a tribute combination to Colorado, but also to the spirit of what we're trying to do is to continue to move forward and climb in sustaining a resilient cybersecurity workforce. The theme speaks directly to the moment we're in. The challenges we face in cybersecurity are growing in complexity and urgency. And I think from pre-conference workshops to some of the program discussions, breakout sessions that you'll see, things like AI and other complex challenges that we're facing in terms of shifting and evolution of the cybersecurity workforce demands that we continue to work aggressively to ensure that we have an appropriate, capable workforce to defend going forward. And so we're not just here to talk, but we're here to build partnerships and continue to do meaningful work together and continue to pursue real impact. Over the next few days, you'll hear from an outstanding lineup of keynote leaders. These are thought leaders from across government, industry, and academia. Our breakout sessions will explore a wide range of timely and critical topics, from skills training and workforce development models to the impact of AI and the growing need for cross-sector collaboration. I mentioned multidisciplinarity in my initial introduction. Part of the spirit was that is the understanding and appreciation that cyber is beyond the College of Engineering, beyond computing science departments or IT departments. It is truly a multidisciplinary issue. And so the ability for us to do more cross-sector work, integrating cyber in different colleges, for example. I've had the very challenging time at sort of building cyber programming, not just in the vertical of our College of Engineering, but our College of Business, our College of Law, our College of Medicine, our policy school, to ensure that we're really building a real multidisciplinary approach to cyber. And so we've been fortunate to continue that, and I think that's part of where we want to continue to go in exploring some of these complex issues. And so whether you're an educator, a policymaker, a technologist, or an executive, this conference is designed to provide you with insights, connections, and practical tools to help you climb higher in your own work. And so as we kick off the conference, I encourage you to be fully present. I have high hopes that you'll engage deeply, challenge each other thoughtfully, and work together to build something new and something meaningful. And so with that, I now have the distinct honor of introducing someone I've had the opportunity to work together, to work with for years, a true exceptional leader, particularly in this space, Mr. Rodney Peterson. Rodney Peterson is director of the NICE program at NIST, and he is a national recognized leader in cyber education and workforce development, and just an all-around amazing individual. And so join me in a round of applause in welcoming Rodney to the stage.
Well, good morning and welcome to Denver, Colorado for the 16th Annual NICE Conference and Expo, a little Count Basie orchestra to wake us up this morning with that theme of climbing higher. We're incredibly grateful to the city of Denver, the state of Colorado, and as you previously heard, Colorado Springs, who welcomed us here warmly in March for a pre-conference local stakeholder engagement event. So really grateful to be here in Colorado for the first time with the NICE Conference. We do want to just take a moment, though, to reflect on the sad events that happened nearby in Boulder yesterday, the tragic and senseless events that occurred in that city. And so just ask that all of us keep those individuals, their families, their communities in our hearts as we're here this week to celebrate the work of NICE, but also to recognize what's going on in the community and the world around us. So I want to share with you a little bit of an update about what's happening across the NICE community, and this is both a look back as well as a little bit of a look forward. So if you've been tracking the work of NICE over the past 5 years, you realize we have a series of signature programs or things that we're known for, and it really starts with our strategic plan. And as you can see, this most recent strategic plan was established in 2021, which was the third version of NICE's strategic plan journey, and it will end this year. So we're in the final culminating year of some themes, some goals that you'll see here, many of which I'm sure will carry forward to the future just because of the significance. And quite frankly, there's more work to do. But beginning with the promotion of the discovery of cybersecurity careers and multiple pathways, we have to continue to let not only young people, but working adults know about the exciting opportunities that are available to them in cybersecurity. And there's not a single only pathway to get into that type of career path. And so that goal and the working group that's been supporting that has been really phenomenal in carrying that message forward. Secondly, as we kind of transition into a new world of online learning, of performance-based assessments, of trying to make sure that we're developing skills that employers need, that necessitates that we transform the learning process to build a skilled workforce. And similarly, we have a working group that's been working through projects the past several years to make sure that we're taking learning into the future where we can give individuals the skills that they need to perform cybersecurity work. Thirdly, we recognize that there are some challenges not only in transitioning these individuals into cybersecurity careers, but organizations as employers updating their HR and hiring and recruitment and retention practices to make sure it's tracking what is needed with respect to talent development. And so the Modernized Talent Development Working Group has also been working hard to advance that goal over these past several years. Fourth is that we have, for the first time, made the NICE framework a central goal and focus of the strategic plan. It's always been a central focus of NICE, as you'll hear more about in a moment, but it's also important that we continue to expand use of the NICE framework, not only within the federal government, but at state and local levels, certainly within industry as well as academia. And so I encourage you to join the NICE framework users group that will be meeting at the conference here as well if you have questions or want more information about how you can take the messages and the tools and resources from the NICE framework to use within your organization. And then finally, to make sure that we're driving research on effective practices for cybersecurity workforce development, that we're not just doing the busy work of trying to have a lot of activities, but we're trying to take those things that are effective, those solutions that are working, and advance them as well. So, as I indicated, a lot of our strategic plan, a lot of our work is done not by the small program office staff at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, but by all of you, and not only the people in the room here, but people who are joining us online, streaming, and many people who can't be with us this week. The community is really that public-private partnership, which you'll hear more about tomorrow as well, that includes government, industry, academia, as well as nonprofit organizations. There's a few key activities and ways that we accomplish this. NIST, as a part of the Department of Commerce, the U.S. federal government in Washington, D.C., we have a lot of partners across the federal government who have programs that are extremely significant to the progress we're making, ranging from the National Science Foundation to the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, the Office of Personnel Management, the Department of Defense, the National Security Agency, as well as many others, the Department of Labor, Office of Apprenticeship. And so we convene those individuals on a regular basis to make sure we're sharing information as well as aligning our policies, programs, and investments. Another way that we do that is by broadening it beyond the government to the entire community, to include industry, academia, and government and nonprofits. And through our Community Coordinating Council, which you'll hear more about tomorrow, it's a group that I co-chair along with a representative from industry and academia that really partner to try to spread the word to our various constituencies, but more importantly, look at ways that we can work together as a community towards the common goals of NICE. Something relatively new that we piloted in 2016, but only over the past 2 or 3 years have been actively investing in, are our RAMPS communities, which stands for Regional Alliances, multi-stakeholder partnerships that stimulate cybersecurity education and workforce development. These RAMPS communities are intended to be in local, regional, economic communities where we're again getting the partners to work together, whether they be K-12 schools, community colleges, universities, training providers, economic development organizations, state, local government, and anyone who is employing individuals or need individuals in their cybersecurity workforce to create that ecosystem they need locally or regionally to advance the progress we're trying to make as a nation. You'll hear a little bit more about the RAMPS communities tomorrow, including the fact that we have a current notice of funding opportunity open to add 16 additional communities to that existing list of 33. And then finally, another program we're very proud to be a founding sponsor is the U.S. Cyber Games. And I encourage you to visit their exhibit hall booth in the exhibit, or the booth in the exhibit hall where you can ask questions and learn more. Not only does it help us form an elite U.S. cyber team that represents the United States in international competitions, it also has an exciting way to develop talent through entry-level competitions that not only expose students to competitions, but again, careers in cybersecurity cybersecurity, helps them develop skills, and through the series of competitive events, culminate in the selection of the U.S. cyber team. So more information out there in the exhibit hall as well. So I indicated that the NICE framework is perhaps our most central signature program that NICE is known for. And as you are hearing, there's a lot of things we do to provide outreach and engagement. But the NICE framework provides that common taxonomy or lexicon that describes cybersecurity work, as well as the workforce capabilities that are needed in organizations. And that's typically done through what we call the task, knowledge, and skills statements. And when we revised the NICE framework in 2020, we talked about the attributes of agility, flexibility, modularity. In other words, recognizing that cybersecurity is quickly advancing and moving, and we need to kind of keep up with the times and keep up with the skill needs of employers. And so you'll be seeing a lot more frequent updates about the NICE framework, new resources, new tools added. I do want to let you know that later today, there will be an announcement about a new competency area for the intersection of artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. A competency area that we think will be foundational as any of us working with cybersecurity recognize the impacts that artificial intelligence will have on our cybersecurity workforce, as well as the development of secure artificial intelligence. We'll also be providing some updates to our investigation category, specifically for cybercrime investigation, the work role that we've had a lot of input and influence from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and other federal partners as well. Again, there will be a users group meeting at the conference. I invite you to attend. So, as I said, as we do all of the strategies, the community, and the NICE framework, we need to bring people together through different convenings, including this conference. This is the 16th annual NICE conference that we're proud to move across the country. If you look at the back of your program, you'll see information about where we'll be next year, and there'll be more information about that later in the event as well. You may or may not know we also do a very focused K-12 cybersecurity education conference because we recognize the importance of that pipeline of individuals from elementary, middle, and high school who not only go on to community colleges and universities, but may directly enter the workforce. And we need to encourage more of them to pursue cybersecurity careers and work with teachers and school administrators and nonprofit organizations to prepare them to make sure they have the right content and the right skills that they need. We also have a K-12 community of interest, which similarly will have a meeting here at this conference. You've heard me talk a lot about careers in cybersecurity, which has been a really important emphasis these past 5 years in particular, culminating in a cybersecurity career week we hold during the month of October with a typical kickoff on Capitol Hill to kick off the week and a closing event at the Department of Commerce led by our cybersecurity career ambassadors who are truly ambassadors for careers in cybersecurity across the U.S. And then finally, we do our periodic webinars, our online convenings, which are a way to kind of showcase and highlight some of the current and trending issues that we need to be following. So finally, in addition to all those other things, we're actively involved in developing tools and resources. And by we, once again, I mean the community, not only the NICE program office, but our working groups, our communities of interest, and other volunteers. The NICE framework has a very robust resource center with lots of tools and resources. During the pandemic, we recognized not only that people may have some extra time to reskill and upskill, but the demand for more training. We created a repository of free and low-cost online cybersecurity content that is available for any individual to pursue. And career pathways, again, we have lots of resources related to that, as well as our Career Ambassadors program. Just one final thing with respect to resources is that you'll see that our apprenticeship program has an apprenticeship finder, a map, where if you're looking for placing your students in apprenticeships, or you're an employer looking to hire apprentices, or you're an intermediary looking to facilitate that, we want to make sure it's easy for you to find and understand what opportunities are available in cybersecurity apprenticeship. So as I look ahead to this next year, I just want to highlight a few things which you'll again be hearing more about throughout the conference, including tomorrow morning. Obviously, our focus right now is not only on the completion of the current strategic plan, evaluating success as well as progress and work left to be done. We're going to be beginning the process for developing a new plan. ongoing updates to the NICE framework, much as I described the announcement today, and others you can expect throughout the year. The community engagement we do, whether at events, whether it be virtually, whether it be through telephone calls and video conferences, as we learn more about developments in the community and you learn more about what we know about happening across the community, is certainly welcome. And then the events that will occur throughout the year. One event that I didn't speak about is specifically RESET, which is our regional initiative for cybersecurity education and training. It's an effort in partnership with Florida International University, the Organization of American States, to take the equivalent of the NICE conference and the NICE resources and tools to the Americas, and we go to other parts of the Americas this year in South America to not only engage but also to learn what they're doing, as well as for them to learn from the rest of us in the United States specifically that have been working on these issues for a number of years. So I'm really proud of the work we've accomplished, not only in the past 5 years, but the ongoing work that we do as a NICE community. Also really proud of the work that each of you do individually at your organizations, at your institution of higher education, or for the students that are here, your pursuit of cybersecurity careers. So we look forward to engaging with you this week and throughout the next year as well. So now it's my pleasure to introduce one of those partners that I talked about. A key resource that we've developed in partnership with CompTIA and Lightcast is CyberSeek. And it's been a tradition at the NICE conference that we provide updates related to the CyberSeek resource. And I'm pleased to introduce our partner from CompTIA, Tim Herbert, who is the Chief Research Officer, who's going to share with you today's announcement. Welcome to the stage, Tim.
Good morning. Truly an honor to be here today. Since CyberSeek launched 8 years ago, the site has reached millions of students, job seekers, security professionals, educators, policymakers, and more. So on behalf of the CyberSeek founding partners, NICE, Lightcast, and CompTIA, we thank the security community for the ongoing support and engagement. In the spirit of the conference theme, Climbing Higher, we are always striving to take CyberSeek to the next level. So I am pleased to share the latest generation of CyberSeek with new data, new content, and a new look. A press release just went out about 30 minutes ago with the latest data highlights and findings from the most recent reporting period, which spans approximately the past 12 months. And we did see an uptick in the number of U.S. employer cybersecurity job postings, an increase of about 12%. And there are factors that will contribute to increased hiring activity and thereby boosting the counts of job postings. And conversely, there will be factors that will dampen hiring activity and thereby push down the volume of job postings. And what we're reporting is really the net effect of these dynamics. In periods of unusually high market uncertainty, technological uncertainty, and geopolitical uncertainty, there will be more fluctuation in the data. There will be lag effects. And there simply will be more question marks. So just something to be aware of anytime you're viewing labor market data or job posting data. We continue to see that there is a degree of hiring friction. Filling cybersecurity job openings takes on average 21% longer. And this is often a function of both real and, in some cases, perceived gaps between what employers are seeking from candidates and what essentially the pool of labor has to offer. For the first time, we are now publishing a global estimate of the cybersecurity workforce. And this is built using the Lightcast global estimation model, and it will be presented as a range, a high point, a low point, and a midpoint. As you can imagine, there's a lot of variables, a lot of assumptions that goes into a global forecast. So this is something that we will continue to refine and be on the lookout for additional data to come. One of the signature components of CyberSeek is the alignment to the NICE framework. And this provides an extra layer of data and insight to understand how employers are hiring as it relates to the NICE framework. And if you go on the site, you will notice there is the ability to drill down even deeper into the data by clicking on some of the top level categories. And it has never been more critical to have a structured framework to guide our discussions around task, knowledge, and skill. And this is especially evident as we think about the growing depth of complexity in security, threats, and vulnerabilities. And obviously, AI is top of mind for, I think, just about everyone. But also, it is the breadth of security threats and vulnerabilities, whether it is the expanding perimeter of edge computing, whether it is new physical domains in the OT space, whether critical infrastructure, manufacturing, transportation, or the pervasive use of cloud computing. Also new to the CyberSeek site is a data point for the number of cybersecurity job postings that specifically references an AI skills requirement. And for our reporting period, it was 10%. And I think the reaction may be, that seems low, just given how AI is dominating every conversation. One read of the data, though, is it is a bit of a reality check that there are still many companies in the early stages of pilot projects. They're still learning where AI makes sense for their business, their organization. There are still many struggling to understand where do they plug in AI skills as it relates to hiring for cybersecurity or really any technical role. Another read of the data is that just given that so many security tools today have an AI component to them. They're AI enabled, they're AI infused. So there may be some employers where it's almost implied that if you're a security professional using a suite of tools, you have exposure to AI and thereby you have some degree of skill. So in some cases, maybe perhaps the number understates the true count a little bit. But this will be something that we continue to track as well as to provide additional detail around the AI impact on hiring as well as just how employers view that as a skill requirement within the security space. The new look CyberSeek. I'm biased, of course, but I think it turned out really well. We refreshed the color palette, the data visualizations, provided a cleaner navigation. So overall, we are quite pleased with how it turned out. And through the course of user surveys and collecting user feedback, there tends to be two primary requests. The first is more data. Everyone wants to see more data, more granular data, more coverage, global data, which is great. We love to hear that, and we love to figure out ways to incorporate more data into the CyberSeek site. The second is more context, essentially bringing the data to life, providing more use cases, providing more analysis. And one of the new components of CyberSeek is a media section, which will enable us to have a better platform to provide some of these insights. And I think one of the components that we're most excited about is a new video series. These are security professionals really sharing their story of how they got started, how they advance in their career, how they keep their skills sharp, and what keeps them awake at night. So this is something that we will continue to expand the video component of the site. And that has always been a high priority for CyberSeek, providing the guidance around career pathways. From the earliest stages of feeder roles, recognizing that many security professionals, they're starting in tech support, they're starting in network administration. In some cases, they're starting in accounting or a field completely outside of the tech space. So we do want to make sure that we are providing some of that guidance as well as some of just the context around hearing people describe their journey into cybersecurity. But of course, we also want to be able to capture the wisdom and the expertise of educators and policymakers and employers. So we are actually conducting a video shoot over the next 2 days, and for those that have already participated, I thank you. I believe there are still a few slots left, so if you are interested in sharing a little bit about your perspective, we'd love to have you, and feel free to see me afterward. If there are any follow-up questions, myself as well as my colleague Chris Compton from Whitecast, we will be at the NICE booth as well as hovering around. If you have any feedback to share, any requests, just want to chat data, we'd love to hear from you. So with that, I'd like to thank you very much.
All right. What an amazing start. Tim, Rodney, thank you so much for those thoughtful presentations. And so now it's a pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker, Brittany Morris Saunders, President and CEO of the Colorado Technology Association. Brittany has over 20 years of experience in Colorado politics, economic development, and public affairs. Brittany played a key role in shaping the state's tech and innovation landscape. Prior to joining CTA, she led community affairs at Amazon, where she directed major philanthropic efforts across Colorado. Today, she continues to champion talent development, policy advocacy, and industry collaboration to strengthen Colorado's ecosystem. And so please join me in welcoming Brittany Morris Saunders.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brittany Morris Saunders, and I am the President and CEO of the Colorado Technology Association. And on behalf of our 400 member companies and organizations throughout the state, I want to welcome you to Denver. I do want to thank NICE for this opportunity to speak, but I also want to do a special call out to Gretchen Bliss from UCCS for her leadership. Let's give her a round of applause. CTA's mission is to create and sustain a vibrant, high-growth technology ecosystem in Colorado and be the voice and champion for technology companies of all sizes. We do this through several things. One, policy and advocacy. We advocate for policies that support the technology industry. I'm going to talk about a very important technology policy issue in a moment. Member connections and thought leadership. We provide opportunities for our members to grow connections, gain access to professional development and leadership opportunities, and engage in impactful programs and events. We have over 40 events a year that brings together the technology industry. And last but not least, economic development and partnerships. We support statewide economic development initiatives and increase Colorado's tech talent pipeline through collaborative partnerships. And one of those, of course, is with UCCS and our cyber talent. Earlier this year, we released our latest Colorado Tech Report. This data proved what we already knew. The state of Colorado tech is strong. Colorado has the most concentrated tech industry economy in the U.S., next to Massachusetts and New Mexico. The Colorado tech industry makes up 10% of all Colorado employment. For every one new tech industry job, another 2.67 jobs were added elsewhere, making it one of the largest job multipliers across Colorado. Colorado's tech industry contributes over $106 billion in GSP, which is 20% of the state's total economic output. We are also investing in new tech businesses. We have the third highest rate of SBIR and STTR funding in the country. Plus, we ranked 5th for new VC funding. On the advocacy front, our work is more important than ever. For the past year, CTA has been advocating for changes to Senate Bill 24205, the Colorado AI Act. Senate Bill 205 puts Colorado jobs and economic growth at risk. SB 205 was written to address algorithmic discrimination, a concept that we support. But as we looked closer at the bill text, we quickly realized that the definitions and disclosure requirements were so broad that it included almost every form of AI. More importantly, this bill will kill jobs in Colorado. When you start to look at the language in the bill, if you are an employer of any industry over 50 employees, you would be required, and you use an AI system for hiring, you would be required to, 1, disclose to the applicant that you're using an AI system, 2, allow that applicant to see all of the data you use to make that decision, and then offer the applicant the ability to correct that data. 3, provide every job applicant an explanation as to why they did not get the job. And 4, that applicant, if they disagree with your decision, can appeal that decision to the Attorney General of Colorado. It is unprecedented. The bill was introduced in the final days of the 2024 legislative session and quickly made its way to the governor's desk, who ultimately decided to sign this piece of legislation, but with significant reservations. This is when our tech community mobilized, and over 200 CEOs signed a letter urging the governor to either repeal the bill or make substantive changes. Governor Polis, Attorney General Phil Weiser, and Senate Majority Robert Rodriguez, who sponsored the bill, ultimately agreed to work on several changes in the 2025 legislative session. This promise included, 1, refining the definition of artificial intelligence systems to the most high-risk systems in order to align the definition with federal measures and other frameworks established by states with substantial technology sectors. 2, focusing regulation on the developers of these high-risk systems rather than those smaller companies that may deploy AI within third-party software that they use in the ordinary course of business. 3, shifting from a proactive disclosure regime to the traditional enforcement regime managed by the Attorney General investigating matters after the fact. 4, making clear that the consumer right of appeal refers to the ability of consumers to appeal to the Colorado AG about matters that they believe warrant investigation related to any discrimination resulting from the use of AI. Moreover, consumers also have the right to bring a matter to the attention of the Colorado Civil Rights Commission relating to alleged discrimination. And then finally, considering other measures the state can take to become the most welcoming environment for technological innovation while preventing discrimination, especially for early-stage companies. For the past year, CTA and several of our member companies, many of whom are here, served on a state AI Impact Task Force. We also participated in subsequent negotiation sessions with Senator Rodriguez and public interest groups. Unfortunately, the fixed bill that was introduced very late this legislative session did not adequately address our concerns, and our board of directors ultimately opposed the bill. In the final days of session, the senator decided to postpone indefinitely the fixed bill, which meant we were back to Senate Bill 205, which goes into effect February 1st, 2026. The governor, U.S. Senators Hickenlooper and Bennett, Attorney General Weiser, Congressman Joe Neguse, Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen, and Denver Mayor Johnston urged the state legislature in a letter to push out this effective date to allow for more time to fix this misguided law. Unfortunately, a late-night filibuster killed this idea. So we are back to square one. CTA is 100% committed to pushing out this effective date and improving the bill. There may be a special legislative session called by the governor later this summer to address some budgetary issues as well as the AI bill. Plus, as you probably have read, there is a proposed federal moratorium on AI bills across the country, making its way through the budget bill. The fact remains, Colorado is still the only state in the nation with this level of AI regulation. Without critical changes, Senate Bill 205 will have a tremendous impact on Colorado's tech industry. There's just too much at stake for Colorado's economy. If you want to get involved, if you're local and you want to get involved in this or any of our other programs and initiatives, including the largest Women in Tech conference in the state this coming September, please visit www.coloradotechnology.org. If you are not local, let's partner. I'm happy to brief you or any of your members or colleagues on Senate Bill 205 to make sure this does not happen in your state. Again, we are the only ones in the country with this level of regulation. And then finally, I do want to plug, we have our upcoming Den AI Summit. That is going to be September 29th and 30th later this year. We partnered with Denver Mayor Mike Johnston last year and the City and County of Denver on the first public sector-led AI conference in the country. We hosted Reid Hoffman as well as Eric Schmidt from Google. We want you all to be there, so please check out denaisummit.com. I want to thank you all for your time today. Thank you again, Gretchen and NICE for today, and I hope you have a great conference. Thank you.
All right, Brittany, thank you so much for sharing that journey with us and the incredible work that you and CTA are doing here in Colorado, sort of setting the standard for the nation, so we appreciate that. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Ms. Renee Wynn. Renee is a leader with over 30 years of experience in environmental policy, global information technology, and cybersecurity operations, supply chain risk management, and ESG. She's led programs at Environmental Protection Agency and served as the CIO at an iconic agency known as NASA. And so without further ado, please join me in welcoming Renee.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. Good morning. We've spent a little bit of time here on the terrestrial part we call Earth. I just want to remind you, this is Earth 1.0. There is no Earth 2.0. So treat her well. All right, so let's talk about space in our daily lives. How many people have flown recently, and you can define it any way you want? This is your exercise for the day. There you go. All right, let's do the other hand now just to keep it even with that. See? So space touches your life every day. So a couple of things that NASA did for you with your airplane research with our partners. First is sustainability. If you look out the airplane windows, they go like this. That's for greater reduced fuel use, right? So they are a little bit more aerodynamic. The other thing is what I call the polygon of safety around your airplanes. Airplanes fly closer now than they have in a long, long time. And the reason is they study air turbulence, weather, et cetera, a lot of engineering things. And they have figured out they can move those airplanes just a little bit closer. And they work on those margins on a regular basis. It does make me nervous. I used to never see airplanes out the window, and now every once in a while I'm like, oh, that just looks a little close, doesn't it? When you can see it there. So there's other ways that space is part of your everyday life. Weather. Anyone check the weather today? I have a couple of times here and where I live. I'm hoping at home, while I love the rain and my flowers are doing beautifully, I'd love some sunshine back in Washington, D.C. We are headed for humidity, so summer's on its way. Weather is also a strategic asset. Special operations in our military, they take a look at weather. What's the tides? What's the ground weather like? The texture of the muddy or not muddy. They use weather to move equipment and personnel and that. Then you also have GPS, the part of logistics. How do I get from here to there? Anybody use Uber Eats, DoorDash, pizza, dating apps? Get it? GPS is embedded in that one. So yeah, your everyday life definitely is impacted by space. But there's more. There's our communication satellites. Sports, perhaps you're watching the NBA right now, maybe not, or football, or the other football, soccer, and that. Those are brought to you by our communication satellites. And those communication satellites are used heavily by the United States government. And so reporting on disasters and things like that. So you kind of get the point, right? Space is part of our everyday lives, which makes it also a strategic asset for the United States government as well as businesses. Businesses that rely on goods going from here to there, or their input. Let's say you're a cement maker, right? You got to get your rocks and your other pieces from here to there. Well, those trucks or trains are operated by GPS systems, and they use that to move them on efficient routes and also not put them in harm's way. So they'll delay a shipment just in case there's bad weather. I circled Denver for 40 minutes yesterday to let those thunderstorms hit. I was grateful for that. That was an excellent use of weather information as far as I was concerned. So, but there's more. There's absolutely more. Anybody got a phone? I'm at a tech conference, so I'm kind of assuming you all do. Mine's back there so it doesn't ring or do something silly, like one of those rings you didn't realize you set that embarrasses you. The cameras. Those cameras were developed for us to take better pictures with a finer pixel in space. And then that technology was turned around and miniaturized even a little bit more in order for us to have them on our cameras. Cryogenics, the study of cold and heat and all of that, that comes from NASA as well. Those spacesuits, they're actually really hot. But when you go out of the space capsule, it's really cold. So they have to do both temperatures really well. If only everyday life allowed us to wear that. But those cryogenics have been plowed back into medical uses. So childbirth is actually still very dangerous, including the United States. So they'll use cooling suits for the mother or the baby, or both, because bringing down the body temperature in a stressful situation allows for a greater opportunity for both the mom and the child, or if it's triplets, all three of them, to live. We also, the materials, Under Armour, all of that, all those materials are based on space tech. So there's just a few things in your daily lives that are impacted by space. And one might think, because space is a few hundred miles up, it's safe from all sorts of threats. Just kidding. That's not true at all. There are several emerging threats that we are seeing in space now, and they're called emerging, but they've been around for a while. One is space debris. Back in the 50s, this Earth that we are on, remember 1.0, there was no space junk flying around. Now, as of 2 years ago, over 25,000 pieces of space debris that is larger than a softball rotate the Earth. DARPA has infused a bunch of research money to try to get down to smaller and smaller pieces because of the hazards any piece of debris traveling at 17,000 miles per hour could cause to any I call flying asset. I'll give you an example. So in 2021, the Russians did an anti-satellite test. These are kind of common, or they're not rare, let's say it this way. And the common courtesy for the peaceful use of space is to phone a friend. Hey, by the way, I got a satellite acting funny. I'm going to shoot it out. And then that debris is going to make a debris field, and those pieces will move away. Just FYI. They didn't do that in 2021. That space debris field came perilously close to International Space Station. So close, the astronauts and cosmonauts were awakened, and emergency procedures were started for them to evacuate. Had they evacuated, we would have lost a tremendous asset for the world, and that's the International Space Station. The International Space Station is designed to be crewed. The newer station that is on the in-works Gateway is designed to be uncrewed for a number of reasons. One, it's expensive to send people back and forth to space. Sometimes they spend longer than planned. Perhaps you heard that. We sent them supplies. It was fine. They have their iPads, so they have movies to watch. They really do. Honestly, they really do have iPads. I got to maintain them. And they're personal. And you don't ordinarily use government resources for personal devices. We know the rule, but they're astronauts. They're away for a year. Oh, no, by the way, they do get TAs when they leave. They do. I kid you not. The only line that they get reimbursed for, because they don't pay by credit card for their rides on SpaceX, they get incidental expenses. I think it's what, $2, $3, $4 a day. Still have no idea what they spend it on. None whatsoever. So that field of debris, right, created a huge problem. A pebble-sized piece of debris hit the arm, the Canadian arm as it's called, that is used in a lot of EVAs, extravehicular activities. I don't know why it's called that and not a spacewalk. I do know that engineers name things at NASA. Things have unintended consequences. It blew up. That's pretty straightforward. But they do that. And so they did have to go out and inspect that arm and make sure that it was still safe for use. But there was a hole, and they could still use it. So you can see where understanding the size of the debris becomes pretty important for the safety of our astronauts, but for the thousands of satellites that are in use today and impact our daily lives. So that's space debris. The last emerging threat that I'm going to talk about is cybersecurity. The old way of thinking is that because it's 200 miles off the face of the earth, that it won't happen. Ha! Wrong. I know, because I've dealt with a couple of these incidents in that. The cyber threat vectors are uplinks and downlinks. While it takes money, it's easy to capture those if they're not encrypted. And yes, we still send satellites that are not encrypted. So the data is at risk. It's data, right? Second thing is ground systems, both the radars themselves, the lines themselves that traverse the data, what traverses across the globe, and then finally your mission control centers. They're just like any network systems. The science ones I like to call apartment buildings because at the science mission control centers, there's all sorts of different satellites running off of that. And that is older technology, and so you can have lateral movement. And then the final cyber threat is insider threat. Somebody can come to work and decide that they're just going to plug in that USB port to do something really cool and wreck your weekend. So those are the main vectors for cybersecurity in space. But as you know, if we do things differently from the beginning, we can better protect ourselves. We can be resilient from our attacks. Number one, education. And I'm not talking education, cybersecurity training that we all love. I'm talking the education where they earn badges and the head of science goes, I earned my badge for cybersecurity today, which was great because if he hadn't, I'd had to cut him off from the network. And that's always really fun to go toe-to-toe with powerful people. But you have to have consequences if you don't do things. The best way to educate is by the imagination and tell stories and capture their hearts and then kill them with the data. Then there's secure by design, which is great. Satellites that have been sent up from years ago, we've got satellites flying from the 70s. They're over 12 billion miles away. We're not doing any upgrade on them. We can barely stay in touch with them right now. My watch has way more computing power on it than our Voyagers and that. So they're not secure by design, and I think 12 billion miles away is probably okay for us. And I don't think some of our cyber threat actors really understand the technology that we used in the 60s when this all was on the drawing board to be launched. The launch was in 72, I believe, but the design started back in the 60s. So secure by design. There's detection and monitoring, just like we do here on planet Earth with all of our lovely devices. Then we can have, let's see, what else would we have? Oh, I think the most important part that we have in all of this, I'm going to back up for a second. I'm going to tell you the architecture. I talked about our ground systems and our mission control centers, to have more modern architectures in that, to really kind of think about zero trust and implementing it. Now, some of the older architectures we could not go back and change because we can't change the flying asset. So these two things have to keep talking together. But now modern designs are allowing for better architecture for our ground-based systems that we use, having insider threat monitoring systems, using encryption, and now for the final, most important part of how we get through and attack the cyber threats in space. And that's you. That's the people. That's bringing people into the space programs that are cyber professionals. And so they can work with our space professionals to design that. And you say to yourself, gosh, space people never want to talk to me. And that's a true statement. I know, because I work there. And they really didn't want to talk to me. But I would say never let a crisis go to waste. And also use your skills for nefarious but good purposes. So we did a penetration test into not a classified meeting, but a sensitive meeting. And we took pictures of all the slides. And then I walked into the office of the head of space programs and I said, hey, you recently had a meeting that you had all of these, FOUs on, all the slides were marked and all that. And he's like, well, how do you have them? And I went, that's my point. My point is this. I've just captured your imagination. We need to partner together to better secure NASA's entire network across the globe and in Russia. And I did talk to the head of Roscosmos about cybersecurity because I really wasn't sure what else to talk to him about. I know nothing about rocket engines. So we did have a lovely conversation about cybersecurity. Like, oh, is it an issue for you? As if it isn't. We got to come up with an opener, right? But back to the people part. Capture the imaginations, work on resilience, be part of the solutioning. And the best way to do that is to be more interested in them than they are in you. Go to lunch with them, find out what they do. I went around and I followed all of these folks that did these big jobs just to understand what it was like for them to deal with it. And we made some changes. And the final thing is, for cybersecurity folks, is be yes and. Yes and, I want to hear more about that to see how we can work together. No gets you nowhere. And we tried not to use no, but we did use no back in the early days of COVID over Zoom. And the scientists didn't listen. And the scientists created a big embarrassment for NASA, because they got the bombs, the Zoom bombs in there, and people broke into the meetings and said awful, awful things where they broke in. And that was another crisis, and therefore we got them off Zoom, and we were able to use the many tools that we already had. Everyone has a place in space, and I particularly believe anyone in cybersecurity can be part of the solution for having space be a secure place to fly our assets and do our research and maybe even find Earth 2.0. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee, for such an amazing, thought-provoking presentation. I think nearly 30,000 misses of space debris occur on an annual basis, several hundred that require maneuvers, so it is incredibly impactful.
Absolutely. Just in the month of July, I forget which year, International Space Station took 5 maneuvers to avoid space debris. And you don't just maneuver like, oh, let me move to the side, right? Because that's going to sort of shake things loose. I kind of felt that. But yes, it has to be a planned event, and therefore you have to understand what's going on. And that's just one of probably over 40,000 pieces of flying assets now that have to avoid that debris.
Right.
Thank you, Brian.
No, we're going to ask you to stick around.
Yes.
We're going to engage you in a thoughtful fireside chat. And so I have the opportunity to introduce our moderator, Miss Erin Miller. And so if our moderator and our panelists can join us. So Ms. Miller, Erin Miller, is the Executive Director of the Space Information Sharing and Analysis Center, Space ISAC. Erin leads the global effort to secure the space industry, and under her leadership, Space ISAC has developed operational capabilities critical to the resilience of space systems. She's widely recognized for her work fostering innovative partnerships across government, industry, and academia, and for launching several national security initiatives, including the Air Force's first cyber-focused design studio and space accelerator. So Erin, I cede the floor to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nice and Mist, for putting together an incredibly robust set of panelists and discussions. We really are going to climb higher. I can feel it. And in order to climb these days, if you're going to climb anything, you absolutely have to have space systems. Between the gyroscope on your phone and the GNSS capability, you're dependent on space systems for your life while you're climbing. So for things like that, where we're truly invested in life-saving technology, we've got to see the commercial sector invest. So our panel today is going to discuss workforce and training and aligning those initiatives. But I want to start by setting the stage by reminding you here how pivotal of a time we live in. Between the geopolitical dynamics across different nation states and their activities and the amount of commercial investment we're seeing in space systems, it is starting to change the game. Critical national infrastructures, as Renee pointed out, are wholly dependent on our space systems, and that's different than what we've seen in the past. These space systems are also different than terrestrial systems, and that means we have to think differently about how we approach them in our training and our different security initiatives. So unlike water or electricity or traditional IT, space system security creates new architectures, new evolving technologies like quantum, when applied to space systems, have to be thought through differently. And we have to develop new tools like Aerospace Sparta, the NIST overlays for space, our IEEE Secure by Design standard that's going to come out hopefully this year. So today's panel, we're going to have a thorough discussion on some of these topics and hopefully inspire some of you, and I look forward to hearing your questions afterwards and hearing how you feel you fit in this ecosystem. So today I have with me Renee, of course, who's already introduced herself, and Dr. Belgwith, Sana, if you don't mind me calling you that. So I would love to go ahead and read your bio, but I'm just going to have to encourage our audience to go read it on LinkedIn because I cannot read the whole thing. She has done so much. Dr. Sana Belgwith is a senior lecturer in cybersecurity at the University of Bristol in UK in the United Kingdom. So you've traveled all the way here to be with us. Thank you so much. And her current research focuses on security and privacy in distributed systems, such as investigating security issues in satellite systems, autonomous vehicles, smart cities, and intelligent transportation systems. Your recent work is involving threat modeling of space system security in the presence of AI and ML models and investigating quantum computing threats to critical national infrastructure. Dr. Belgwith is also looking at privacy issues in distributed systems, such as privacy-preserving smart home applications and the application of the right to be forgotten in machine learning. Her expertise in technical aspects of cybersecurity, combined with her deep understanding of legal requirements and social implications, enables her to research and follow an interdisciplinary approach to solve cybersecurity issues in distributed systems, especially with a focus on the implications of using new technologies. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Erin.
My first question for you is for you, Sana. I want to ask you about more about your story, because you've gotten here by going on a journey and you've made the choice to investigate space cybersecurity. So if you could tell us more about what's driving you to make that decision and how you got down this path.
All right. Well, that's a long story, actually, but I'll try to summarize it. So I'm by background, I'm an engineer in telecommunication. But then when I finished and I got an opportunity to do a PhD, I chose to do it on cloud computing security. When I started in 2013, it was just the boom about cloud computing, like you hear now about AI. So I was always interested in the next new technology. So I started looking at the security of cloud computing. When I finished my PhD, I started my postdoc, and I got larger into distributed systems, name it, IoT, software-defined networks, and I kept going into cloud computing. And I had this interest always in making a positive impact. especially social one, but also to look at the next problem and the next technology. And I kept going into ultra-large scale systems, all the systems that critical national infrastructure is one of those, where you have interconnected systems where the security is problematic. You cannot think of it as one silo, but it's a combination of problems, and you need to think of it as a system. And in the recent years, I couldn't think of a larger system than space systems, basically, because that's the largest we can think of. It has a huge complexity, lots of challenges. It's an intersection of technologies, human and environment, which is fascinating for me as a researcher. That increases the challenge, but also it makes it very rewarding. So I started engaging with industry in the area in the UK, and that's how I got to know Aaron and the Isaac. Because I always believe, as I said, I believe in the social positive impact. So I wanted to always think of the bottom-up approach, to go to the people that are working in this area and understand their problems. And from there, drive my research and find out how I can help them secure space systems. And as Rennie was saying, so space system, I mean, historically they were, we call it secure by obscurity, because they were all military defense things. In the last years, we have all these applications, and we all rely on space systems. So if I manage to contribute a bit in securing them, I think I will make that positive impact that I'm always striving for. So that's kind of what drives me into this.
Yeah, you made some really good points. Having Bristol University have an emphasis on space system security is a big deal. And I mean, Renee, you being here and the decisions that you made to embrace cybersecurity at NASA, that's also a big deal. Yeah. It's making it so that this is less of a defense military issue. For us to have a workforce that actually addresses space system cybersecurity, it can't be strictly a military and defense issue. It has to be about people's lives and safety and public interest. So, Renee, you talked about the importance of workforce development. Can you tell us the ways in recent years that you've seen collaborative initiatives help us to improve our overall awareness of security frameworks?
Yeah, thank you very much, Erin. And just as a side, folks on my team helped set up the Space ISAC. And then part of that was as I was gaining in my knowledge of what was going on in space with cybersecurity as well as the emerging threats, it just became so obvious to me that the information needed to be shared and learned from and invite more brains into the process, so to speak. I'm going to go back to go forward. So first, you guys need to know, because I just don't want this to look like I'm fake or anything. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Economics. I can't sit still, so I've had no other formal education. However, life has taught me a lot. So when I say there's a place for you in space, there is, absolutely. When I got to NASA, I was just a few months in as a failed deputy CIO, and I was promoted to the CIO position. And the White House called. Yes, that one, not just one down the street. And it was the first ever federal CISO, General Greg Tuhill, which I'm still friends with now. He called and says, hey, we got to come in and chat with you at NASA because you guys are a serious problem to national security and at risk of being cut off. And NASA is not militaristic, sorry, we're civilian, but we do a lot of research with our military partners as well as science partners and our international partners as well. So he came in and he basically said, I don't know if anybody knows of Charlie Bolden, he was the administrator at the time, and it was him and a couple of the folks, myself and my CISO, and Greg comes in, he says, you guys are really bad at cybersecurity and you need to get better, especially in space. And as only Charlie can do, lovely man. And he is a Marine Corps general, so he does have a side to him. He looks across the table to me and he says, Renee, could you just take care of that? What does one say to Charlie? Charlie? Sure. I leaned over to my CISO. Can we be done by Thursday? what are you going to do, right? It's just relieve the tension and go forward. So that's what started our journey to change NASA, but we couldn't do it alone, and we knew that others had to come with us on this journey. There was already a group of international CIOs that get together, Germany, France, Canada, Japan, and then European Space Agency. UK at the time was still nascent, but they participated through ESA. So by bringing the European Space Agency, we got a lot of countries in that one. And at our first meeting, we came up with our topics, and of course, cyber, cyber, cyber. But there are restrictions on exchanges in the technical world internationally. So like, okay, it's easy to have actually a cyber non-classified discussion if you just come up with the stories to go along with it. Because you don't have to say who. You eventually need to know the techniques and that are used, but not to get yourself organized on a strategy to go forward. So at our first meeting, discovered they all use NIST. So I was like, well, there's half the problem gone. And now we could work together. So across the globe, and we operate in Russia, just reminding you again, my team was really funny. They wanted me to buy a USB port rocket eraser to bring back to the cyber team that we would purchase in Kazakhstan. We were in Baikonur, which is the rocket city of sorts in that. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's really funny. They'd love me for that one. Because we're pretty sure it was filled with something nefarious. So here we were, back to a framework. NIST was not required outside the boundaries of the United States. And here we were, we could sit down and start to work on securing our networks. It was a flat network, and most of you probably understand what that means. It was flat. There was no difference between what was going on with Voyager to, let's see, Juno, which we crashed into a planet. That was just really cool. Yes, it was crashed into Jupiter. That was just so cool to do. But it was just one flat network. Now, International Space Station was separate because there's human lives at the end of that IT, and that's just scary. And so we started to work together using NIST, and everybody working on not only compliance but resilience, because in space, if you'll remember Apollo 13, resilience is absolutely key when you are operating in certain environments, including remote military environments and that. And so NIST, I point to as a way that you can reach across cultures and countries and operations in order to come together to figure out how to solve hard problems. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you so much for your leadership. I mean, I can't really thank you enough. My job is because of you, so thank you. So my next question is for both of you, Sana and for Renee. Since both of you have been laying foundations and groundwork for years in your fields, and you understand what it takes to lay a strong foundation, then we need to start doing some projecting of what the long-term strategy is to build up a competent workforce in cybersecurity, space, and intelligence. So I'm interested in both of your thoughts on this topic. Sana, why don't we go to you first?
I mean, I don't know what we call the strategy in a kind of technical term, but I would say there are two pillars to this, I believe. The first is awareness, and the second is collaboration. And I will draw from what Renee said already. So awareness is very important in this field because as I face every day, cybersecurity is perceived as an overhead, as the bottleneck, as the least of the priority. Why we do it, there is nothing, that can happen today. So it's a future problem. So increasing the awareness among stakeholders, the same example that Renee said just now about NASA, is like pushing stakeholders, whether it's government or the industry, to think about cybersecurity actually as an opportunity, as a driver for growth. And including that in space systems would not only make our life resilient, it will also protect the next generation, because as you were saying, is what we build now as a satellite probably will last for the next 50, 60 years, right? I'm more a scientist, so I would say it's not security by design anymore. I think we should secure a compromised system now, because all our systems are compromised somehow. So we tolerate certain level of threats, but we need to be ready for those. So I don't think we can secure by design a satellite we're building now that will be there in 2050, basically, because the threats are very different. So the awareness will serve into investing in this field, into building the next solutions, into creating standards that are ready for not what we have now, but what we will have in 100 years. That's how we kind of drive this, this growth and the inclusion of cybersecurity in our thinking from the start until kind of launching the satellite and keeping it working. Because space system is not only the satellites as well, it's the ground stations, and that's where most of our problems can happen. People would think, okay, it's a satellite, it's out there, you can't reach it. No, you can actually, and it's proved by science. So awareness is key here, because that drives, as I said, the effort into building the workforce, into training them, into giving them the tools to be able to react and to defend what we have. The second one is the collaboration, which will be drawn from awareness. Once you get people aware, they will get together, they will talk to each other like you did, and they will create the next solution. Because what I love about space systems is not something that is UK only or Europe only, it's something that everyone on the globe is benefiting from, and it's underpinning every kind of simple aspect of our lives. So if we lose it, the impact is huge, right? So, I mean, securing it will make the positive impact that I'm thriving for, and the collaboration is only the key between government, industry, academia, defense sector, name it, and internationally as well, because this is not an effort that one country can do. It's an effort, I mean, I really love what Isaac is doing because it's bringing the countries together, we're creating that community that we all kind of think about the same objectives and work towards the same objectives. Once we do that, we have our workforce trained, resilient, and we have a pipeline of workforce, which is important because, as I said, this is a system that will last for the future, so we need, not my age, I'm probably young, but I mean, there are the youngest that we need to care about and get them into this pipeline.
Yeah, I like that you said the awareness and standards because I recently had to make up some stuff that I thought was going to be the future of space system security, which I'm hoping is informed and I didn't just completely wing it. And what I said was that we're entering into the consensus building stage. So what you said actually confirms that this is not too far off from reality, is that we have to have continued awareness across Australia, US, UK, Japan, EU countries, but keep building consensus. And the way that it seems like we're going to do it is actually in large part through our universities. We have so many universities that have joined the Space ISAC, and I'm just thrilled about the potential here. So now I want to turn it to you, Renee, and ask you about some foundational work you've done and where you think the long-term strategy needs to go here.
Yeah, so I'm going to begin with first the 50s, just a little while ago. And that is the signing of treaties for the peaceful use of space. Those treaties are still in operation today. Space is owned by no nation. There's no planting a flag, including the moon. I know people will debate this. Not even just our moon, Jupiter's moons, anything like that. And this is where we have to always begin, is space is for all of humankind. The Pope, the one that died recently, launched a satellite, I believe in 2020, with a message of for peace within our universe and universes beyond that. That's how strongly felt peaceful use of space is across the globe. But that doesn't mean it's everyone that believes that way. Since those treaties were signed, there are new countries that have gotten involved in space. A lot of African countries now have satellites. They were not signatories to it, but we still expect them to operate that way. There are more commercial satellites than there have ever been. And in fact, there are more commercial satellites than nation-owned satellites. So the peaceful use of space operations has tipped. And commercial companies need to understand when you're in space, you are operating universally, that's for humor, but you're operating internationally. You're up there with your friends in a crowded area operating, so be responsible. And they don't always do that. And so the ways to get there, and I agree with all the remarks, Sana, that you have made, and Aaron, that you have made, I think it boils down to a couple of things. Stories, proof, and a good crisis. Stories are the part where you can actually talk to someone and capture their attention in the first 10, 15 seconds. It used to be 30 seconds, but nowadays with all the social media, you've got like this to get their attention. Short of slide tackling them, I played soccer, so I always thought that was an option in the office, but apparently it wasn't. I didn't use it, but I thought about it a couple of times. Stories allow people just to pause and hear you. And your stories need to be aligned with the way they work in their domains. So you've got to do a lot of work to get there. The second thing is the data, the proof, and how to solve problems. I don't know how many times I heard that we don't have budget for cyber on the satellite. But you know we could catch and release a satellite? We could do that long before I came along to talk about cybersecurity. We really can, and that is a non-classified thing, because we had to fix it once. So in-orbit servicing is a business line, and it is beginning to take off as a business line. Refueling, fixing, you name it, it's happening. One day they'll probably just suck up all the debris and make a new satellite. So that saves you launch costs, and it creates some other risks in space, but we don't need to go there. And then a good crisis. Never let a good crisis go to waste. And why do I say that? Because you have to work together. You are not a single entity in any organization. And you are solving problems together. Not solving problems the way you want to. You're solving the problems the way the mission or business can still operate. And so we had an intrusion in the Deep Space Network. And it is exactly what the title is. And it is connected to the International Space Station Mission Control Center. That was 7 months of work, 1,800 servers. And at that moment, the head of human exploration came to my office, first time he's ever been to a CIO's office, and said, what do I need to do? It was that much of a crisis. And got to brief the vice president's office and Space Council, and they were all our friends. And it was really kind of embarrassing that someplace as smart as NASA messed up. And so you can see where then he says yes, he hires a cyber professional, and that cyber professional, I saw her all the time. In fact, one of my team helped pick her. Some of my team was on the interview panel. That's how that crisis, how telling the story, how providing data and sticking with it at that moment, it was a change across NASA. And that change resulted in, because I forgot to say this last time, when I said we were doing poorly at risk, anybody does FISMA reporting? Yes. I was like, why does the data always change? And that is so NASA went from high risk, like really bad scores, and a couple of congressional hearings, to managing risk. And we did it in 4 years. And we did it with stories, data, and a couple of good crises. So I could not add any more to what you said, Sana. So I just wanted to put the other human layer on all of this is you don't do this alone. And in order to bring people to the table, you just need to take the data and the stories and a good crisis to the table in order to get people to listen and pay attention. Because if you didn't want to pay for cybersecurity at the front end, you're certainly not going to want to pay for ransomware.
Thank you, Renee. I'm going to have to talk to you afterwards about this crisis thing.
It's very useful, right? I mean,
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
always threat that I'm going to hack a satellite to make people kind of think about it more, but I mean, I don't want to get to jail, so yeah, we should learn from you.
Well, that's this gray hair right here.
So to bring us home here, we do have to figure out how to consolidate this information, transfer it into models that can be used for the workforce. And one critical way of doing that is to create job roles. and have those job roles actually align with what the space industry needs. So I want to ask you, Sana, to close us out here with an answer to how you think your work might help to inform future job roles and in the workforce.
I mean, that's really a huge question, I would say. I will draw from my point earlier about collaboration. I think creating roles will be as part of that collaboration and awareness that I was talking about, and the good crisis that Renee was saying. So when people think about the importance of that, they will think, okay, we need someone to lead on this. I don't want to name it. I mean, is it cyberspace analyst or wherever? It's just the person who has the skills to go and respond to the threat or solve the problem or secure the system in a proactive way. And that can be done through different ways. I mean, as we created the need for cybersecurity in general, we should do the same efforts for space cybersecurity by creating like curriculums, modules, courses, certificates, apprenticeships, all of those, I mean, and those cannot be created by university only, because if I go to University of Bristol and say, I want to create a cybersecurity for space curriculum, they would say, okay, who's going to hire these people, right? So, I mean, they will just shut me down, definitely, because if I go there and I say, like, this company and NASA and ESA and UK Space Agency and so on, they said we would hire the people you would be graduating if you teach them the skills at this level. And that kind of creates, I mean, we could create these roles together, we could create the skills. And I think it's just not, I mean, I don't think we can afford waiting until we create all of this, because this takes years. I think we have already the skills in the cybersecurity sectors. What we should do, just like to probably migrate these people to the space sector, they have already the basic skills like I had, and then we add to them like some certificates, some modules. I could think of them like just come in to get a 6 month, module and get out with kind of extra skills that would get them into the market, and that will drive. I mean, once you get the first kind of cohort of people, then the second will come in easily, because the companies and the industry and the government will recognize the benefit of those, and then they will invest more. So it's like a snowball effect. So I think there is like a mixture of creating new things, but also, I mean, reusing what we have already, because we have a huge kind of I know there is a shortage, but we still have a good kind of cyber-skilled workforce. We can steal them from other sectors to the space, and I think because this is very important. But also one last point, and this is I struggle with in UK, and I don't know how it works in USA. The companies that are working in the space system, they expect people at a certain skills level at the entry. It's not possible at this point. I think they will need to put in effort to train these people to get them up to the level they want them to be in. And that will create that kind of workforce of a short-term, long-term, and medium-term, and that keep going this resilient workforce.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. You're getting more applause from the audience. This is awesome. All right, well, we have just a couple minutes left for questions, but I want to thank my co-panelists here, my team, Fireside Chatters. Appreciate you both very much. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing to contribute to cybersecurity for space and leading the way for the future.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Erin. Good. So we've got a couple minutes for questions.
Yeah. Anyone have any questions? Should we get you a mic?
We'll see Barbara run.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We teach our students war is changing. It's not bombs and missiles as much anymore as it is protecting water grids, protecting energy grids, those types of things. I'm sure we're already there, but I'm going to ask it anyway. How close are we to threat actors launching satellites, say, to take out the Internet space station, to take out communication satellites? Like, we hear the term on the news, Golden Dome and things like that, but how do we tell our students to prepare for those kinds of careers?
So, one is it's not in anyone's imagination anymore, let's just say that. The second point, in fact, that I will offer is the United States Air Force has now gotten to 27 hours from need to launch, and the goal is to get that shorter and shorter. I mean, part of it is to talk about space as contested war. there's war in space. It's probably the simplest, most dramatic, and it is dramatic, way to put that. How to prepare for it is to first, don't let your imagination put barriers up. If you can imagine it, James Bond, then it can happen. And if you think with possibilities in mind, both for an attack vector as well as for yourself, then you can solve the problem. And always use your superpower of ask for help. And that's how you prepare. You do what Sana has outlined, which is go get the education, then get your hands on keyboard and seek that experience. But never ever let your mind stop you from growing and moving forward or laterally, just like our threat actors do, in order to be where you want to be to do your best. So imagination, mindset, and your superpower of ask for help. Plus Sana's part.
If I could just add to that briefly, Space ISAC operates a watch center, and we collect what we call open source information. We're not the government, but we're monitoring the feeds daily so we can put together a daily report, and we're not hiding this very well from the public anymore. I mean, you can find dozens and dozens of articles a week that demonstrate the capability of our adversaries, the U.S. and our allies' adversaries, as well as the technological skills and capabilities that even the U.S. has and our allies. So there's a lot going on that you can read just in the news if you want to, and you can also subscribe to the Watch Center alerts if you want to follow up with me on that. It's in the UCCS Cybersecurity Building, so I just want to give a shout out to UCCS for hosting us there and allowing this Watch Center capability to exist. Well, I think that's all we've got. So thank you all again. Let's give a giant round of applause to Dr. Beldwick and Renee Wynn. Thank you.
Gotta go back there. Hey, Brian. Oh, absolutely. Pleasure.
Renee, Aaron, Sana, thank you so much for an incredibly thoughtful discussion. It's clear the evolving challenges and opportunities in securing space are at the forefront of cybersecurity. And your insights today were invaluable, and I think, again, this is an area of pressing urgency that you will continue to see evolve in the years to come. As Renee said in her opening note, this is not an emerging challenge. This is a challenge that is existent, has been, and will continue to press all of us to think about how we navigate space and cyber. So now it's my pleasure to introduce the co-chairs of our planning committee. As I mentioned earlier in the opening remarks, they have done an incredible job at pulling to get together the program for this year. This is a painstaking process, and I mean painstaking, where they are in the trenches the entire year, meeting monthly, if not more, just to try to calibrate. They field so many really thoughtful proposals from people across the world. And that is an even bigger challenge to sort of parse through those and whittle it down to what you have today. And so now it's my pleasure to introduce Gretchen Bliss, Katie Boudreau, and Eleanor Taylor. These dedicated leaders have played a crucial role in shaping this year's conference.
Well, good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't live in Colorado, welcome to Colorado. I've been bugging Rodney for years to bring this here, and I'm so excited we finally did it. I'm Gretchen Bliss. I'm the Director of Cybersecurity Programs at the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, and I'm very honored to be a part of this planning committee. I was able to do it during our Phoenix conference as well, so I learned a lot. And I just have to say, it is one of the most amazing collaborations between all of those entities that have been on the stage today, right? Government, industry, education. Our local state government is a big part of this as well in Colorado. And so I really have been impressed with how Rodney has evolved this since, I think it was 2019 was Phoenix. And I just have to say that The way that the NICE group, and Marion will be missed, has evolved the strategy and our involvement of cybersecurity to consider things like space has been really impressive. And our group alone, we had such a good diversity of folks that came up with such amazing ideas. And again, you know, we put out our RFP for what we wanted for this conference during a huge transition in our country, right? And so we were able to, as a group, and I've so respected my co-leads here, to have those conversations, those really hard, deliberate conversations to make sure that we were maintaining the mission and effectiveness of what NICE has been trying to do for these 16 years inside of that environment. And so thank you all who applied to be a part of this. If you weren't accepted this year, please apply again. We would love to have you be a part of it. But just thank you for all of your willingness to share all the accomplishments and learn in this community, because it's just been growing over the last 16 years, and we look forward to the future. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, Gretchen, and that's hard to follow up. So from my side of things, just amazing experience. Really thankful to have joined. From the industry side, it's just been really amazing to network with everybody from academia and from the government side, and just making some really great connections. Being a part of this, and just from this cohesiveness that we've been able to embark on, and being able to see everybody's everything that everybody put into this, and the time that we've all been able to put into this, it's just been a really amazing experience, and the thoughts that everyone had and the input that they had. I enjoyed every second of it. It was hard going through everybody's suggestions and submits. It was tough to choose, for sure, and it definitely was a group experience, and I'm very thankful to have joined. I was not asked to join. I actually think I may have bullied Gabby a little bit, cornered her at a conference a year ago to get me to join, so I'm very thankful for that. And I just want to say thank you for everything, Rodney and team. Thank you for this past year. Very thankful, so thank you very much.
Well, there's not much I can add, but I need to tell you all, engage, participate, be a part of this planning committee. It may seem like an overwhelming commitment, and I have to tell you, the people here that organize all this, Rodney, the FIU team, they make it so easy, and you learn so much, and you get to meet so many incredible people that I would never have the opportunity to work with. And so I encourage you, if you're interested, if you want to be a part of this amazing community, it's such an honor, and you learn so much, not only from what you see proposed, the discussions about how do we select, as well as just the outreach. And this is an amazing group of people. We are moving the needle in cybersecurity and education, training, workforce development, and I'm thrilled to be a part of it, and I think you would love the opportunity as well. So I encourage everyone, participate, engage, propose. If you're interested in being on the planning committee, it is not an overwhelming commitment. I was really afraid because I have a lot of polls and different things, and I wanted to make sure I could live up to the commitment, and they made it really easy to do so. So I hope you enjoy your conference. Have a great time. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to any of us or the 12 people that served this year on that committee, who I'd like to also invite to the stage when we release for the exhibit, so we can do a group picture. So thank you all so much for being here. Take good care and enjoy the conference.
Gretchen, Katie, Eleanor, thank you so much for sharing some of the behind-the-scenes look. And I will put out a plug, sort of building on what Eleanor said. Planning for next year starts the day after tomorrow. So it is a pretty immediate affair. And so if you're interested in being a part of next year's program, I won't talk more about next year's program. I'll let Rodney do some of that tomorrow. But certainly the planning will begin immediately after this iteration. So if you're looking to get involved, we'd love to have some additional support. Before we move on, just a quick reminder to download the WOVA app if you haven't. It's already in your go-to tool our go-to tool for staying up to date with all the conference details. Check for any agenda updates, connect with fellow attendees, reach out to exhibitors, and much more all in one place. I think WOVA wrote that. That sounded pretty crisp in terms of a pitch for the WOVA app. But please consider it. It's an amazing tool to try to engage on the sidelines throughout the program. Now we're going to head into breakouts, but before we do breakouts, we're going to do the exhibit hall, where you'll have a chance to mingle, explore, and learn from the fantastic exhibitors and sponsors and catch some swag that they've carried to Denver. And so we're going to do that in the exhibit hall just outside. After the exhibit hall, we'll move into a series of breakout sessions, each designed to explore critical topics, some of which we parsed today, and emerging solutions shaping the future of cybersecurity. Then we'll meet back in here for lunch and a panel discussion on cybersecurity for smart cities, workforce implications. It's obviously a timely conversation at the intersection of cybersecurity, technology, innovation, and major urban planning. And so we're excited to have a thoughtful group of people parsing that issue when we get to the lunch. And so what I'll ask you to do is grab your lunch, bring it on here, be inside the room by 12:30. We're going to kick off the lunch at 12:35 sharp. And so with that, go enjoy the exhibitor hall. And while you're out there, I'll make one plug for Brad. Brad Wolfenden, where are you? Play Cyber has been another key partner of ours in Colorado, who's offered some tremendous support as we've been putting this together. So definitely pass by his booth. He's got some incredible swag. Yeah? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we'll convene and we'll be back here for lunch. Thank you. is catchy. It's kind of meant to help get everybody pumped up. I appreciate you all coming back. Hopefully lunch was good. Lunch was good. I'm looking at faces. I'm looking at folks shaking up and down. The food was good. So I appreciate, again, you coming back in this morning. I hope the breakouts you found useful. The Expo Center, you had an opportunity to engage some of the folks there, our sponsors, and welcome back. So it's now my great pleasure to introduce the moderator for our next session, Alyssa Zaitis. Alyssa currently serves as the Deputy Chief Cyber Officer for Policy for New York State, where she leads the state's cybersecurity policy efforts and coordinates cross-agency initiatives to protect critical infrastructure from cyber threats. Prior to this role, she worked at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and also served as the senior cyber policy analyst at New York City's Cyber Command. So Alyssa brings a tremendous wealth of expertise, and we're excited for us to gauge us in a really compelling topic. And so with that, Alyssa, I turn the floor over to you.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. As we just heard, my name is Alyssa Zaitis. I am the Deputy Chief Cyber Officer for Policy for New York State. And welcome to our panel, Cybersecurity for Smart Cities, Workforce Implications. I'm joined by an awesome panel of panelists. We have on my right, we have Tyler Sweedock, Executive Director of Colorado Smart Cities Alliance. Next to him, Keon McEwen, Head of Solutions Development for Global Industrial Cybersecurity at Black & Veatch. And finally, Ulyss Klecki, CEO of Friends of the Underline. And before we dive into questions, I'd like to give the panelists a moment to give a little introduction, what they do, where they come from. So kick it off, Tyler.
Sure, thank you so much, Alyssa. As Alyssa mentioned, my name is Tyler. I'm the Executive Director of a nonprofit called the Colorado Smart Cities Alliance. We work with about 40 different cities, counties, airports, all sorts of government agencies across the state. We help them source and implement innovative solutions to the challenges that are facing their communities. I've been here for about 6 years as the first executive director of, at the time, what was the first statewide nonprofit doing this work in the country. And we have about 85 different projects. We've been able to facilitate testing all sorts of innovations in cities, from digital twins to electric robots plowing snow, which hopefully we have time to talk about. But before this, I was at the Colorado Department of Transportation, where I led the Connected and Autonomous Vehicle Program. And before that, at the City of Denver, where I helped to start some of the Smart Cities initiatives happening here.
Yeah.
Thanks. My name is Keon McEwen. I head solutions development for a company called Black & Veatch. It's an EPC engineering, procurement, and construction company. We build the world's critical infrastructure. Everything from power plants to water treatment facilities, data centers. We build all those type of facilities. But my department, our core activities are, is to do the cybersecurity services that protect those type of entities, assets as we call them. So my career started as a control systems engineer, so I programmed PLCs, and from that I went to another company in the maritime industry where we started to understand what cybersecurity looked like on vessels, really more on the OT side of the cybersecurity and what that looks like for on a shipborne vessel. And because of that, it brought me a lot of intriguing opportunities to learn, because I realized that a vessel is like a large city compacted into one small form factor. It has your power treatment, your power plant, it has your water treatment, it has your data centers, it has everything compacted into that one facility. So that understanding gave me the knowledge I need today, that I use today, to help protect some of the critical infrastructure that we build out currently.
Great, Ulyss.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Ulyss Klecki. I'm currently the CEO of a public-private partnership, which is a nonprofit called the Friends of the Underline. The Underline is the most innovative and aggressive public infrastructure project in the country. Hopefully those of you who have ever been to Miami, you've taken the transit system down in Miami. There's property underneath a 10-mile corridor from downtown Brickell all the way to Dadeland South. Those 10 miles are being redeveloped to turn it into a platform for business, workforce development, arts, culture, recreation, and entertainment. And it's really creating an opportunity to connect 3 different municipalities and unincorporated Miami-Dade through this economic development project. So those of you who've been to New York, if you've ever heard of the High Line in New York, if you've been to Atlanta, you've heard about the Beltline in Atlanta. In Miami, we were building a similar, same type of project. And I would just say better, because one will be longer than the High Line. High Line is about a mile and a half. I'll have 10 miles and 120 acres. And we also are connected to the existing transit system. And so we're excited about this project. It's a $150 million endeavor, and our public-private partnership is responsible for making sure that we're delivering the project on time and on budget and doing all the programming I like for the space. In a previous life, I actually used to live in Denver. I was the director of the Denver Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, and then left about 4.5 years ago to be the CEO and director of the Miami-Dade Department of Transportation and Public Works. So glad to be back here in Denver, and I'm very excited to actually see one of the projects I worked on called the 16th Street Mall actually open this past weekend. So kudos to those of you who hopefully got an opportunity to go out there and check out that new corridor.
Great. So for our first question, we're going to try to set the stage a little bit. We'll start with you, Tyler. You want to kick this question off, and then we'll pass it to the other panelists. What makes a city smart, and how do technology and cybersecurity challenges evolve as cities become more interconnected?
Sure. So there have been many panels on the definition of smart cities, and I'm not going to pretend to be the only one with one. But in the work that we do, we really define smart cities by using technology and innovation to solve a problem. Right? And it's not just cities, it's counties, there's all sorts of government agencies that the term city kind of leaves out. And by using both technology and innovation to change something, often you also have to partner with outside people, outside of the city, in order to do these projects. And there's all sorts of technologies. It's not just the Internet of Things, it's 5G, it's artificial intelligence, it's robotics and automation. There are all sorts of technology tools now available to government to solve different problems. And the more they use those tools, the more complex their cybersecurity posture becomes. So it can change in a number of ways, but one is the surface itself just grows. More and more connected devices means more and more things to protect. The type of devices are changing as well. So it's not just an IT infrastructure anymore, it's very much an OT, IT infrastructure environment. So more and more devices, and those devices are actually controlling things in the real world. And the more that, for example, Edge and AI come to those devices on our traffic signals, for example, decisions are being made at the edge. And if you can't monitor those, then there's all sorts of new cyber risks. And then finally, ownership. So a lot of these solutions, governments don't own. They're hiring companies to come in and deploy a robot, and so cities don't have ownership like they do over their IT, over a lot of these OT devices, and so they don't always understand what they are incorporating into these ecosystems. So there's a few ways that it's changing, but I hope to talk about the others.
I'll add something that you said there, that safety aspect. When we have these systems now that are operating in the physical environment or interacting with the physical world, there's now this safety aspect to cybersecurity that wasn't quite there before. But usually you get your email hacked or you get some data stolen or something happens on that side. But now we're seeing effects that can actually have environmental impact, safety impact. So that puts a different lens on what cybersecurity needs to look like and how we attack it for initiatives like smart cities.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing I would add, you made mention of the importance of the technology these days with respect to traffic signals, which is really about how people get around and the movement of people and goods. And there's been a ton of advancements to try to figure out how to take that data and that information that's not only secure, but also to be able to better manage actual traffic networks so you can move people from a mobility standpoint. So if you have a failure from a cybersecurity standpoint, and that type of data, which impacts transportation management centers and the like that is responsible for moving people, you have these impacts that can be cascading. And so it's something that any type of new infrastructure that gets put in, a cybersecurity component to it, has real ramifications, and it needs to be built in an original thought process of the development of the project.
Just a real quick anecdote on that. So I was actually at CDOT when they were attacked by ransomware in 2018, and it completely crippled the business side of the network for 3+ months. But thankfully, the operational technology that Ulyss just talked about, that are making sure stoplights turn red and green, and cameras and things are working with a completely segregated, separate network, and they were able to catch that attack before it was able to transfer over. And so, those systems need to be managed very, very differently, for sure.
That sort of gets right into our next question. How do smart city initiatives differ from traditional IT environments when it comes to workforce requirements? You've talked a little bit about how the environments are different, so how does that impact the workforce? Keon, you want to?
Yeah, I'll answer that one. That's a good question because it takes someone who knows the control side, the operator side of things, not just the IT professional. It takes those two individuals getting together in the same room, sometimes at the same table, and talking about what security looks like. Because I've sat in many rooms with them, and they have conflicting ideas, but they all have the same goal. They all want to accomplish the same thing at the end of the day. So when they start wrapping their heads around the accomplishment and the goal, then they start bringing ideas and solutions that actually benefit the asset as a whole. So gathering the right people and having the right conversation and trying to have that conversation as early as you can in that design process is where we see the workforce shifting to.
Anything to add?
No, I think that's it.
That's a pretty good answer. Hard to follow that one. So our next question, what new or evolving roles and competencies are most in demand for securing smart city technologies, especially with, as was talked about a lot in this conference, the rapid adoption of emerging technologies like AI, IoT, and 5G? How can educational institutions adapt to prepare students for these roles?
So I think we're still trying to figure some of these aspects out. However, I go back to the fundamentals. I ran 2 large organizations, and what I've come to appreciate more is the ability to have sound and consistent leadership in the technology space. Because what tends to happen, especially when there's a focus on smart cities and developing new technologies, a lot of times on the government side, you get driven by every new exciting thing that's on the forefront. And that might not meet the expectations that you might set if you have an inability to articulate a clear vision about what you want the city to become. And so, at my time here in Denver, I think we did a pretty good job, and then Miami is known to be a very, I would say, innovative tech hub, and is really much focused on actually trying to drive more talent to Miami to be able to handle all type of technology, IT, 5G, as well as IoT, and then AI. But if you're not having the ability from a leadership standpoint to clearly articulate a vision, things can quickly become dysfunctional. And then it might even set you back, and you might end up wasting valuable resources. So I think from a capacity, a capability standpoint, making sure that the leadership from the highest level, whether it be a director all the way down to folks that are going to be working with staff every single day, that still needs to be honed. The second piece is, and it's interesting because I sat in a little bit on a previous session on workforce development where I guess there's a survey that gets done every single year to determine what the needs are. And one of the top needs, I guess, for this year has to do with technology, technical capabilities. And that's great, yes. In the IT space, you're expected to be a technical expert. But what's interesting, the bottom attribute that folks, I guess, were looking for was communication, and communication skills. And it was actually a gentleman who asked a question about kind of being surprised at that. And I was quite surprised as well. At the end of the day, you can be as technically sound as what you want, but there are other people that are making decisions on what and where and how to invest. And so whether it be elected officials, whether it be folks that may not be as in tune in the tech space, the ability to articulate and distill down very technical aspects of what it means to be secure from a cybersecurity standpoint, I think is a skill that's necessary for us to make the right decisions, not only from a municipal standpoint, but even on the private sector as well. So I'll say those core competencies I would like to make sure we don't lose sight of that. And then for the educational institutions, I think starting early and kind of helping private sector as well as the public sector understand for the new innovations in AI, what's the best case and use studies that can be immediately adopted and then move forward to build to scale. I know that's what I would be interested in, and getting that type of long-term partnership and support from our academic institutions.
Yeah, I mean, communication is essential, and I'm going to come back to it, but I'm going to add another thing that I don't know that you can necessarily teach very well, but I hope you can try to instill is curiosity, because the technology is changing so quickly that you're never going to be able to sit in a class and understand all of the technology in order to assess the risk of it, right, and then mitigate it. So you have to always be interested in how things are changing and then pick a path, right? And if you want an expert in the space, then you have to have the communications to understand where in the industry you could find a partner that might know that space that you don't know as well. And so both communication and curiosity, I think, are things that you need to have to be a modern, especially in the smart city space, cybersecurity professional, because these applications, right, like IT is usually owned by IT. The owner of what happens in your IT infrastructure are technology experts making those decisions. That's not the case if you're working with public works and transportation or public safety or emergency management, right? These are the owners of those problems, and they're going to be making the decisions that you as an IT person has to assess the risk of and be a partner with that agency to help them make the right decision. So technology is only one component, and that will always be a part of the cybersecurity world, but like smart cities, I think, elicits the interdisciplinary nature and the soft skills that you need to be really, really good.
Yeah, that aspect of open-mindedness is curiosity, as you called it, I think is very important, because it's what's going to drive us to the solutions that we need for tomorrow. I can't tell you how many times we put people in a room just to see what comes out, and when you put the diversity and those people from different disciplines together to solve a problem, you get solutions that are just very unique and very, very applicable to the problem we're trying to solve. So keep that open mind, keep the communication going. I think that's going to be the key.
And a big focus of the conference, and sort of this panel is made up of private sector, public sector, academia, the collaboration between those. So sort of touching on that, how can the public and private sectors better collaborate to ensure a skilled cybersecurity workforce that's capable of protecting critical smart city infrastructure?
I would say keeping that communication open. Cybersecurity has always been the field where you want to hold that information close at hand, but it benefits all of us if we're starting to communicate and starting to collaborate on these ideas and solutions, because as companies work together and departments work together, you start collaborating and understanding the problem from a different perspective. And I think that's what we still need to drive towards that change. And as my colleague over here said, that leadership aspect that's driving the expectations and driving the requirements for the individuals is a necessary part as well. You need that leadership to come in and say, this is the standard we're going to take. This is the objectives we're going to meet, and this is how we're going to do it. And then the rest of the team goes out and works on those same objectives. So having that clear vision, that clear expectations from leadership, and then having that collaborative approach where you're open communication, you're talking to one another to solve the problems, I think that's where it is.
Absolutely. And I would add also creating an environment that allows for that curiosity to persist. And I think sometimes that's difficult, especially if you're responsible for so much that you might not take the time to just be quiet and listen to experts and allow them to cook a little bit, right? And if they're in a position where, again, it's clear of what the issue that you're trying to resolve, you should kind of let go of the reins a little bit and allow that curiosity and that innovation that can come from having the experts in a room to drive the day. And then you as a leader should be of the mindset that you're just going to choose the best decision in terms of what you think is best with respect to the resources that are available to you to meet the outcome and the expectations. A lot of times, unfortunately, what I've seen is that sometimes in the innovation space that we don't create that environment where it allows people to be curious and allowed to innovate with no borders, and then you don't end up with the best outcome, which ultimately this is what this whole Smart Cities initiative is really supposed to be about. It's really trying to figure out how to be innovative, whether it be process improvements, which at times doesn't necessarily lead to a technology type of innovation, but if you're innovating your processes, you're going to end up with a better product that's more efficient in terms of how you deliver that product or that service to the public or even to the business community and the like. But it starts with creating that environment where you're not afraid of being approached with ideas that are completely outside of the box and that you may not have even have thought of as a leader, but allow the individuals and the experts that wiggle room to come up with those great ideas, and then you make a decision on to move forward.
Yeah, to move on both of those themes of process and communication, I think, and make it actionable, like cities aren't very good at incentivizing their employees to reach out, right? And setting up processes and structure to entertain those ideas. So I hear a lot of mayors and things talk about wanting to be innovative, but if you look at their budget or if you look at the time that he's asking his employees to spend on doing soft things like meeting with companies for exploratory meetings and just learning, those are things that you can structure into your department or into your city, right? Innovation challenges as one example, where you throw a problem out that one of your departments may have and you don't know what the solution is, but you're willing to entertain ideas and accept proposals from companies that have ideas of how to solve that problem. And through that exploration, you find cybersecurity risk, and you can mitigate those as you look towards real projects. And so even without a lot of money, those are things that cities can do to be intentional about seeding the developing process and seeding communication with the industry around a problem you want to solve.
Yeah. And I'll give an example. So the Underline, again, it's a linear park and an urban trail. And so we, through a grant from USDA, went and put cameras throughout the entire, right now we have about 5 miles that will be open by this June. But we have cameras out to try to do a couple of things. One, to be able to track the number of users along a particular corridor. But two, understand those user and the travel patterns so we can make, again, better decisions as we move forward. But the one thing that we found is that people like dogs in Miami. And 60% of the people that visit the Underline, right now we have 2.1 million annual visitors. 60% of those are on this corridor with their dog. So what does that mean? That means the dogs are being walked, the dogs are doing something while they're being walked, right? Which ends up creating a sustainable issue with respect to stormwater management and the like. So how are we to either modify the current design that we have or do a better job at making sure that we're protecting our environment based off of that one data point? And I'm bringing that up because that's a decision point that when the project was being conceptualized, we didn't understand from the outset. But we're learning because we have the technology, and we have innovative technology that can distinguish between different types of dogs, so we can start to make certain programmatic decisions as well. So, really at the end of the day, smart cities should be the opportunity to build those platforms, to use data to help you make good decisions quicker. That's the whole idea behind this. And government, sometimes we don't do a good job in doing that, but that's why I'm out the government and I'm
So I think in an earlier question, we sort of touched on interdisciplinary and the power of bringing in different disciplines into some of this cybersecurity stuff for smart cities. So given the interdisciplinary nature of smart cities, how can we broaden talent pipelines to include professionals from urban planning, engineering, and other non-traditional cybersecurity backgrounds? Ulyss, you want to kick us off?
Well, I would say start early. Again, it's from experience, especially on the multiple disciplinary aspect of cybersecurity. It's really about the whole life cycle of a project or a service. And so, yes, cybersecurity is there to protect data, but at the end of the day, we're talking about a service or product that's being provided to people, primarily through people. So the one aspect that I'm learning more as we're trying to make sure we're protecting our systems is it needs to be integrated at the very beginning in terms of who is actually touching your product or your technology, and whether or not those individuals are credentialed enough to be able to protect what you're installing. And what's the best way to move forward with having that type of system from the outset as you're, again, going through your project delivery and lifecycle approach. So So that's just on the technology development side where there's an opportunity there, but from urban planning to other traditional engineering types of disciplines to where I grew up, basically in the transportation economics world, our mindset needs to be focused on cybersecurity from the very outset. So starting early and understanding what does that mean at the different phases of a project or even plans and how you're incorporating that, I think that's the opportunity that I haven't seen yet, but we're going to have to grow into that so we can be better prepared. A step before even you get to higher institutions, something that probably need to figure out how we can do is how we can get even earlier down into grade schools and the like to start developing that connectedness to what cybersecurity and this new invention of AI and what it means and how we are to prepare the youth of today to be better positioned to make those proper decisions as they move into higher education and the like. Other countries are doing it much more aggressively than the United States, and I think we have to start as early as possible. When I say early, I'm talking about 3rd and 4th grade to figure out and get people more comfortable with these different types of disciplines and what does it mean kind of in this tech space, and then allow that student to make their own decision in terms of how they need to go into that particular discipline. So I would like to see us work together in that space and develop those partnerships as we move forward and try to get as early as possible to educate our youth.
And that earliest possible aspect is important for us at Black and Veatch, because as an EPC, we're starting to see cybersecurity brought into the design phase, the engineering design phase, and we're looking to bring in the right people at the table to have those discussions. Because as companies come to us to build these infrastructures, they just expect us to do it, just to get it done. But when we start asking the questions as, what's your requirements? What do you want to get out of this? What are your expectations? From a cybersecurity perspective, they start scratching their head. So we have to get the right people at the table, and sometimes those right people are not even in the company. We have to bring third parties in to have that right discussion to help take a risk-based approach to help understand what controls they need to put in place and how they can engineer those controls into place from the very beginning. And one of the things we've seen is that when you start engineering these solutions in, there's a large cost savings. For example, when you have to segment a network or install monitoring in a network, typically you have to find downtime, you have to go buy new equipment, you have to get that equipment in. That takes time away from everybody's normal operations. But when you design that capability in the very beginning, you're installing switches that can already handle the monitoring aspect. You're putting things in place to already have these capabilities by the time that asset is deployed. So at Black and Veatch, we've adopted this methodology called CALM, Cyber Asset Lifecycle Management, and it helps dictate what happens from the very beginning of that design phase all the way to decommissioning. And when you're decommissioning an asset, what cybersecurity steps you have to take to do that. So we use that approach to help us understand and help us bring the right people to the conversation to solve those type of problems.
Yeah, I think from an interdisciplinary approach, in the cyberspace specifically, obviously there's a lot of universities in the room. A couple of things that I've seen work really well. One is labs. So when it comes to cyber security and infrastructure, especially on the operations side, when you're talking about technology that's going to control things that if they go wrong, people could die, right? Important things. Governments often aren't willing to take risks and try these technologies because there is cyber risk. If you at your university have a safe space for cities to give you problems and for you to test these ideas, then you can bring interdisciplinary teams to the table from across your university, right? If you want to talk about water, or you want to talk about energy, or you want to talk about transportation, I guarantee there's someone in your university that has expertise in that space, and you can bring a multidisciplinary team and give that cyber person or student the context they need to see what a real world problem and the real world risks might be to an issue that cities are addressing. We operate one called the Smart Futures Lab with the University of Colorado Denver in downtown, where we have our own private 5G network that we've deployed. So we own and operate this network, or CU does, and are able to customize that network. And we invite companies that are developing solutions for cities to come and do testing at our lab. And cities can then assess these solutions on our network in our environment, and it's a great way to also get capstone projects and other things and get students involved.
think we've got time for one more question, and then we'll take some from the audience, so start thinking of some questions. Knowing that we have a few panelists with public sector experience, I did want to touch a little bit on the municipalities and some of the challenges that they face. How can public sector organizations address the talent gap for cybersecurity in municipal settings, especially with constrained budgets? To anyone?
I don't mind. There's two things there. You touched on it a little bit, is that working with schools. You know, schools have the capabilities to really spearhead some of that knowledge gaining and some of that understanding. And the second thing I'll say is working with partners. There's some great partners out there that can help facilitate some of that work that you might not have the resources to do. So look for partners that can help you solve the problems you need to solve, and then look for the universities that have the talent to help grow those areas that you're looking to grow. And when you have those two things put together, then you can take use cases to your company to make sure you get the funding you need to do the things you need to do. So that would be my two.
Yeah, and sometimes I think on the municipal side, you may not know where your gaps are. And so I think coming in and having somebody to help assess your entire system so you can see where the vulnerabilities are, and then having, whether it be a consultant, whether it be an academic institution and the like, and help you come up with the actual jobs and profiles and competencies that you are seen through that assessment that you have a gap in. I think that's the first step. I'll harken back to my time at the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure here in Denver. We had a performance office, and fantastic director of the performance office, and I kind of tasked them to figure out where our data capabilities are just as a department. And we went through a whole very long and very strenuous assessment, and there's 4 levels of like that data maturity as a department that you have, and we were on like level 1.5. And at the same time, where we were managing all of the traffic signals within the city, all of the infrastructure and the like, and we realized that we had a gap in this space. And so there, by understanding that, we were able to go out and start to map out, well, what additional positions that we need to create that has that capability that can actually address the gap. So I would say that sometimes on the municipal and the government side, you may not know what you don't know, and so you need somebody to at least help you get to that first step so you can identify what those core competencies are that you're lacking.
Yeah, just 2 quick things to add. I think highlighting the partnerships aspect. I mean, especially as a city, and most cities, right, are small. They might have 1 IT person, if any at all. I think that partnerships are absolutely essential, and universities can be that partner for cities to help them, give them the expertise they will never have. And cities probably will never be experts in all of the new technology tools that are coming to them and are trying to be sold to them. And so lean on the people that are, the Ciscos of the world, right, the universities. And then the second thing is the vision that Ulyss talked about. Like, if you're trying to hire someone to just come and manage the existing computer system or, monitor the existing IT system, like, that is not what is going to attract the new, capable, talented person to your city. But your smart cities vision might, right? Your vision for innovation, your vision for what you want to do, and building that into your job descriptions and the responsibility to be curious, right? This is a way to set yourself apart, at least as a city or a government, is by tying in this innovation angle to the cyber, because obviously it's an essential element.
Great, thank you. We're going to go to some questions from the audience. I believe we have a couple of microphone runners, so if you raise your hand, we'll get those over to you. I think we have a question back there.
I wrote it down. You brought up traffic signals. I'm sure we all are familiar with them. In an environmentally responsible and environmentally focused state like Colorado, why do I have to sit at a red turn arrow for 5 minutes on a Sunday morning when I can see for a mile that no one's coming? Do these smart traffic controls actually exist? Why don't we have them? And what can we do to get them? So you don't hand me a microphone.
Okay.
Do you want to take that first? Or do you want me to
I guess so. I think you must be talking about a state road, not a city road. But the systems do exist. There's a program that was actually funded called the Advanced Traffic Management System program that was set up by FHWA, Federal Highway Administration. I think it still exists, but the whole idea is that the federal government understood the need to invest or help municipalities and cities to invest in improving their traffic signals. When I was in Denver, we had a group that went and identified corridors to do signal improvements so you can have a better flow of traffic. And at that time, we were very much focused on the downtown area. And in Miami, actually, we have the largest ATMS project in the country by contract value. It was a $212 million contract to upgrade over 3,000 signals, to turn those signals into what we call smart signals. And essentially what it is that at each intersection, the signal can do vehicle detection, can begin to gather data, can actually detect pedestrians and bicycles, and then start through machine learning, understanding what the best conditions need to be, and have those signals be much more adaptive moving forward. With the idea is that the AI component and the machine learning can actually change the signals much more nimbly than what you would have in a traditional traffic management center type of approach. Traditionally in the transportation world, you would go out, you have to collect data, you have to do analysis, and then the engineers would be making decisions about what's best in terms of signal timing to balance traffic, meaning vehicles and trucks, versus pedestrians and bicycles on a specific corridor. With the advancement of this ATMS technology, you can actually gather data better and quicker and help those decision makers that's responsible for managing and operating the system to make those signal adjustments so you can move traffic in a better environment. I would say sometimes moving vehicles faster is not always moving people better, okay? Especially if you're in an environment where you're having a lot of crashes between our vulnerable users like pedestrians and cyclists and the like, or even vehicle-on-vehicle crashes. You have to figure out that aspect of making those changes to your traffic signal systems to make sure you're not creating a more unsafe environment and then you're putting lives at risk. So that's where, even though we have the technology that's out there, there has to be those policy decisions that's made by a human or an elected official to make sure that you're resourcing those things properly. So it's a long answer, but the answer is the technology is out there, and I apologize that you've had to sit and endure such a long delay on a state road.
I like the question because, and I can't answer, I'm sorry, I have nothing to do with traffic signals, but it highlights something that I've seen happen quite a bit, is that as we get more technology and as we get more advanced, there's always a need to improve. There's always a need for more. There's always a need for more connectivity, more data flow, and this brings on that connectivity that we've been discussing during this panel. And that connectivity is that it brings on an added cyber risk that we need to make sure we are highlighting in these conversations as well. Because as we drive to more advanced technologies and emerging technologies, we have this saying at Black & Veatch, first of its kind. I can't tell you how many times we've engineered something that's first of its kind lately. It just keeps happening. And it's because of that drive to improve what we have. So keep that drive, keep it going, but understand there's risk that's behind that. So it can't operate as fast as you think of it. We have to consider the risk behind it as well.
Great. I think any other questions from the audience? Oh, over here.
Yes. My name is Dr. Villanueva. I also want to touch base about another risk, in this case about security for food and water resources. How the smart cities are finding solutions to avoid those damage. As you know, most of the cities right now are growing and less land to produce food and also less water we're having. What is your vision to solve those two issues for security for everybody?
A slightly different take on cybersecurity. I think I mean, city's role in food is one of many, right? Whereas in water, there's a lot of technologies that are helping cities to better monitor the water that they do have, including what's called non-revenue water, which is water that gets leaked underground that we don't even know about because we don't measure it. So there's a lot of technologies helping cities to better measure and monitor the water that they have and identify leaks, for example, to help secure the water that they do control. I can't speak to the food part, unfortunately.
Great. Another question? It's a little hard to see up here. If no others, we have 5 minutes, so I'll end us with an easier question. We have some students, I believe, in the audience and a lot of educators and maybe some job seekers. What advice would you give to students or job seekers looking to specialize in smart city cybersecurity?
I can start that one. Your information that you have in your head is unique. Take that and run with it. The way you see problems, the way you solve things is unique to yourself. So don't let anyone tell you that what you're seeing or what you're hearing is not right. Explore it, learn it, communicate it. And as Ulyss was, I keep messing up his name, I'm sorry. As Ulyss was saying, that aspect of communicating your thoughts and your understanding to others is important. So learn to grow that by taking advantage and talking to people. One thing I do for all students, if you find me on LinkedIn, I will never not have a conversation with a student because I'm looking to engage to help spark some of that. So as students, keep that up. Keep in mind that your thoughts, your knowledge, your understanding of what you've learned is unique, and that brings something to the table.
I would say that I'm a generalist, right? So I'm not the cybersecurity professional or the engineer, but I work with many of them, and I've managed many of them. And I think the best ones that I've worked with have been the ones that have been able to simplify the complex. So whether you are super technical or not, whether you're a people person or not, you're going to have to interact with other people, either on your team or in your management. And so being able to simplify complex things to people is one of the best business skills you could ever have, and I don't care what your field is. And so try explaining what you do to your parents or to your friend, right, that's not in cyber. And also be open to the opinions of other people that you work with that are not experts in cyber, right? They're not dumb. They have different problems than you are trying to solve. And so the interdisciplinary discussion we just had, do your best to also try and have some interdisciplinary exposure in your coursework where you can.
Yeah, and always be a student at every stage of your career. So I think sometimes we go through our academic rigorous programs and we feel that we're done, and you're never done. Especially in the tech space and the cybersecurity space, there's always an opportunity to learn more and learn from other people, especially as you get into the workforce as well from other colleagues, because sometimes you learn the right way to do things from very talented people, but people that aren't so good, you also learn what not to do as well. So always be a student and be somebody that's willing to listen and to absorb knowledge and try to apply that to not only your everyday life, but also your professional life. I just want to piggyback on one component I think we've been talking about that is extremely important. It depends. Not everybody wants to get into a pipeline where they're rising through the ranks and the like, and we understand that. But the importance, and you've heard it today, the importance of the ability to communicate in an effective manner is a core competency you need to have regardless of what your discipline is in an educational institution. The difference between you, one, being a good representative of yourself if you're in a job interview, or being able to articulate the complexities within the cybersecurity environment is something that you need to be working on every single day. So take it serious, and the reason why we're saying this is because that's determining who we're selecting to come into our respective organizations, and you don't want to be in a position where you haven't honed that skill, that you can't communicate well to a variety of different types of stakeholders, and you therefore losing out on opportunity. But conversely, an organization might be missing out on your talent because you failed to communicate effectively. So I'll say that's one takeaway for hopefully that you will have, that as good as it is for you to be technically sound, make sure you spend that time to hone your communication, your interpersonal skills as well.
Great. And with that, we've got to finishing up right now, 55 seconds. So thank you to our panelists. Thank you to the audience. Hope to see you guys around the conference.
Smart left-hand turn signals on a Sunday morning. Sounds like a really refreshing idea. So I'm excited about this, and I can't wait for Julius to get it out on the state roads too. All right, well, great panel. Thank you so much. We're going to move now back to break and breakout sessions. And so we'll transition to a series of breakout discussions where you'll have the opportunity to engage in more focused discussions. You guys are tracking that through the agenda. You also, of course, have the opportunity, if you haven't already, pick up the swag in the exhibition hall. Remember, they don't want to take that stuff home with them, so take extra if you can. And they will reconvene here at 4 p.m. And actually, if you can be here just before 4, maybe at about 3:50, 3:55, so that we can kick off with our student showcase at 4, actually not our student showcase, our professional showcase at 4 p.m. Sharp. We're also going to have another thought-provoking discussion about the role of public-private partnerships in enhancing cyber resilience through education. And then final reminder, because Rodney is staring at me, and I know when he's staring into my soul, it's make sure I remind you all to fill out the surveys. Please fill out the surveys. Your feedback is essential, and it does help us refresh and continue to improve the programming going forward. So with that, thank you very much.
All right, Kit. Put audience engagement mode on. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you all have had the chance to connect with others and engage and take away some meaningful insights from today's session so far. I'm Mike Asensio. I'm the Director for Cyber Policy Programs at FIU's Jack D. Gordon Institute, and it is a pleasure to be here with you throughout this conference and at this very moment. So it's been a great day and it's been an exciting day. Do you all not agree? Let's hear it. Yes. All right. You know, and this is one of these things now. It's one of my favorite parts, and these story showcases are one of my personal favorites because it's a reminder of our role in this entire ecosystem as mentors and educators and as folks who can inspire the next generation. And because this helps highlight the incredible journeys that so many individuals take to reach where they are today, and the unique paths that each and every one of them take to shape our field overall. And today it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Dylan Saenz, a Security Operations Center analyst at Carnival Corporation and PLC. Dylan specializes in threat detection, log analysis, incident response across hybrid cloud environments. But what really sets Dylan apart is his multidisciplinary approach to getting here to this point today. You're going to learn from him that his path towards cybersecurity is not a very typical one. And that's what I can't wait till he shares his story with you. You know, he's combined psychological insight with technical expertise to anticipate and counter human-driven threats. And that's the cool part, and I don't want to give it all away, right? So Dylan holds a BA in psychology. He's a graduate of the ICCAE Intelligence Fellowship at FIU. He's currently pursuing a Master's of Science in AI cybersecurity with a focus on adversarial machine learning and cyber threat intelligence. He's contributed to strategic threat briefings and hands-on investigations involving advanced persistent threats. For those of you who like the acronyms, APTs, because sometimes we forget, right? In addition to that, Dylan has been a big contributor towards projects around phishing campaigns and social engineering tactics. He's got a mission-driven mindset and a growth mindset as well. His growing expertise in national security, Dylan is just one of those people who is committed to strengthening cyber resilience across both enterprise systems and critical infrastructure. So if you could please join me in welcoming Mr. Dylan Saenz.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. I am truly humbled to be here in Denver, talking about my journey into cybersecurity. Frankly speaking, I was shocked that I even got a call to do this, because I didn't really see how far I've come along my journey until recently. To get the full picture, we need to go back to a time when I just finished high school. I never really knew what I wanted to do once I had graduated, and I wasn't really in any position to think about it idly either. I had to get a job, as life as a first-generation college student wasn't easy, but we had enough to survive. Still, I know I wanted to make the most of the opportunity my parents gave me by helping them out the best way I could. My father, who's watching right now, always said that education is the key to success. He was right, but I've learned over the years that success has many components to it: vision, purpose, partnerships, grit, and a desire to see yourself change and meet your goals. I'm sure many of you here can relate to the tenacity required to reach what seems like an impossible achievement. But I can stand here and tell you that it is possible. I know I was afforded certain privileges while others try to make do with the circumstances they are in. But the sentiment remains. You mustn't waver in the pursuit of your dreams. After working many different odd jobs while getting my AA in psychology, throughout what felt like the most scary and uncertain part of everyone's lives, it was the pandemic that brought me purpose. The world was calling, and someone needed to answer it. As the world was ravaged by cyber attacks, ransomware incidents, and a workforce gap that needed filling, that's when I knew that I wanted to become a therapist. At least that's what I thought at the time. It wasn't until I became enthralled with a show named Mr. Robot, who I'm sure many of you are familiar with. Blending aspects of psychology and cybersecurity, this combination set off a light bulb in my head. A vision of stopping hackers by getting in the mindset of how a hacker thinks was born. I went on to finish my AA, transferred to FIU, and began a journey anew with a spring in my step. There, I had the rare opportunity to join the ICCAE Intelligence Fellowship under the leadership of none other than Brian Fonseca himself. Brian saw in me the same drive and purpose he saw in my fellow cohort members, the desire to chase a higher purpose with selfless service at its core. Immediately, I knew that being there is exactly where I belonged. The program shaped me to become more thoughtful about what happens in our world, challenging my own rigid beliefs and pushing me out of my comfort zone so that this world has a confident, capable, and passionate member of the cyber workforce. My time with the fellowship came down to this one defining moment of my academic career, which was delivering an intelligence assessment to the NSA and U.S. Cybercom officials at Fort Meade, Maryland. There, I had the opportunity to finally showcase for what felt like a once-in-a-lifetime chance. All the sleepless nights researching my topic, the refinement and revision process that happened behind the scenes to get my brief just right, and to prove to myself of what I could achieve through an unconventional cyber education pathway. Ever since then, I've been building out the momentum afforded to me by the fellowship. I leveraged the connections I made to fill any gaps in my knowledge, seeking answers from my professors and mentors, you know who you are, whenever they could to spare me the time. I hungrily pursued industry certifications such as CompTIA Security Plus, the leading entry-level cybersecurity credential. My life has changed for the better, and I know with enthusiasm that my parents are proud of their son. Speaking to you all about my journey is profoundly changing me as well. Imposter syndrome runs rampant in our industry, making us doubt our own capabilities, questioning whether or not we truly are good enough. Don't listen to that voice. Reflect on your progress, one mini achievement at a time. And I promise you that you'll look back and think, I really did this, and maybe I can succeed after all. Words cannot explain how grateful I am for the support I've received. I am left feeling that this tipping point in my career is really just the beginning, immersing myself in the world of cybersecurity through daily briefings, government advisory reports, and staying up to date with the latest vulnerabilities. My passion for this field continues to grow. I am happy to announce that I accepted a position at Carnival Corporation as their newest member of their Security Operations Center. There, I hope to continue growing my technical skills, build bridges with like-minded practitioners, and learn how to become a true leader in this industry. I truly feel that my heart is in it when it comes to everyone's digital safety. But I am not here to list off my accolades. I want nothing more than to inspire those who are looking to walk the same path that I do. There are many of you who are already thinking about or are on your way to breaking into cyber. And to the ones watching online, take that leap of faith. Come together and uplift one another. Teachers, embrace the task ahead to nurture the future cyber workforce. Employers, give a chance to the candidate that demonstrates curiosity and tenacity despite not having a technical degree or even a degree at all. Students, traditional and non-traditional. Continue to sharpen your skills. As my generation would say, lock in. And to everyone else, please don't click that suspicious link. Thank you all for listening, and I hope for the success of our future cyber workforce.
It's a true story. There we are at NSA, Fort Meade. Dylan emailed his presentation to the folks that were hosting us as part of an annual trip that we do to Washington where we take our students to brief in front of intelligence practitioners. Dylan can't seem to get his presentation through, so somehow he convinces NSA, and you understand NSA is a very tough place to kind of navigate, convinces NSA professionals to let them get on their systems and somehow navigate the cloud to bring his presentation in. We knew at that moment he was destined for greatness. To convince, as a civilian with no clearance, to navigate NSA computer systems, there was definitely something there. So we're really proud of Dylan and the journey. And Dylan, I appreciate your courage in coming up here and sharing that story. It's an amazing story, and it talks to, again, non-traditional pathways to the cyber workforce. And given where we're at, we need a lot of those. And so we have to continue to put pressure on the typical structures that are in place and continue to spin out incredible talent. And so now I have an incredible honor. And so doeth fall upon me with great honor and no small measure of esteem to present unto thee the moderator of moderators for our forthcoming discourse, Dr. Donovan Johnson. Now, Dr. Johnson and I know each other. We have a long history. We're incredible colleagues. He's a great friend. And whenever we have an opportunity to introduce each other, we try to one-up each other. And so I thought a herald's introduction might do that. I'm not sure I'm pulling that off, so I'm going to give maybe a more traditional one. Dr. Johnson was an assistant professor at Florida International University's Department of Public Administration and Policy, a good friend, author of several books. Is going to moderate this really thoughtful panel on public-private partnerships. Prior to coming to FIU, Dr. Johnson was a suit model, and he modeled both suits and skinny jeans for a Tommy Hilfiger. And then prior to that, he almost tried out for America's Got Talent. I'm not sure what happened there, but you should probably ask him, to sing. He's an incredible singer. And so with trust in his wisdom and gratitude for his presence, I yield the floor. Dr. Johnson, the dais is yours.
Thank you, Brian. And if it is not too much trouble, I'd invite the audience to give another round of applause to Dylan. As a professor, it is truly a profound moment to see a student move through the ranks, matriculate, and become. So if it is not too much of an ask, a round of applause for Dylan. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for taking the time to stick with us. We're at that last stretch, and I'm standing between you and gin and tonic. So we'll ensure that this is a very fun and engaging panel. We're here discussing a very important topic, one that is very personal to me, one that I'm very passionate about. But I'm joined by an esteemed panel of individuals, and I'll give them the opportunity to introduce themselves, starting with Joanna.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Joanna LaHaye. I'm the Director for International Engagement and Capacity Building at the U.S. Department of State's Cyberspace and Digital Policy Bureau.
Good afternoon. I'm Elise McGowan. I am an assistant professor at the University of Southern Mississippi.
I'm Stuart Pettis. I am the Director of STEM Education Programs from the Air and Space Forces Association. We use Cyber Patriot and another competition called Stellar Explorers.
Great. So, as we all know, which is no secret, cybersecurity has become more fundamental to our way of life. As one person puts it, cybersecurity is citizenship. And with the growth in persons, governments, people moving online, the importance of cybersecurity has become even more salient. Now, we have thought of many ways of how to become more cyber resilient. Public-private partnerships have presented themselves as a viable solution. And so we're here today to discuss public-private partnerships in the context of cybersecurity and workforce development, to try and unlock some of the questions, to probe through some of the most important issues. And so I'd like to start with Joanna. Joanna, given your work at the State Department in that global perspective and that global outlook, how would you say that PPP support capacity building in cybersecurity, particularly looking at that cross-border collaboration?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm happy I'm on this panel today and not 10 years ago. Because I think now in today's threat landscape, it's clear that public-private collaboration isn't a luxury. It isn't something we try to do to pat ourselves on the back of working nicely together. It's frankly a requirement in order to address these shared threats. All throughout, it's no surprise, private sector has always had the ability to hold and grow deep technical expertise needed to address cyber threats, but also to address capacity gaps. Private sector is more agile in its ability to evolve according to the threat landscape. It's able to quickly create and deploy platforms that can be shared across stakeholders. These are clearly assets we governments need to address the threats that face our nations. And as I noted, I'm happy I'm sitting here today and not 10 years ago, because 10 years ago, I always struggled to figure out what was our common interest. It never quite aligned in a way that brought us to the table in an excited way that we could have impact. Yet, in that 10-year period that I have at least been working with partners around the world and attempting to work with the private sector, things have changed. We now have a common purpose to address these shared threats. We want to mitigate them, we want to address them, and we want to be resilient to them. And I think really in the past 5 years, there's certain things that have occurred globally that have painted this common picture that brings us now to the table together. From the war in Ukraine to the increased attacks from ransomware, to the exposed threats that we know sit on our critical infrastructure. These are the incidents, the landscape that's evolved that actually has sort of rebalanced the conversation between government and the private sector. We've both realized that we have something to give while we seek to leverage something from the other. For this reason, I'm really proud to share in the past year at the State Department, we've been able to put together and launch a program we refer to as Falcon. Now, we created this as a result of realizing that the U.S. government was deficient in our ability to work with partners around the world to address threats as they were popping up. So we had partner governments knocking on our doors saying, help, we have an incident. Can the United States help us? And so we would turn into our interagency and basically find ourselves either pointing the finger or staring at each other to figure out how to execute U.S. resources, be funding or government expertise or U.S. expertise not in the government. How could we deploy this in a way that was in the interest of the United States and service the needs of our partner nations? So, in consultation with the private sector, across a year's worth of dialogue, we ended up creating this new program, as we refer to Falcon. And this is now provides us, the United States government, the ability to deploy cybersecurity tools and services from the private sector to partner nations around the world. Partner nations that share the same security interests as the United States. When those align, we'll be there to help. So in the end, what I feel like our journey and where we are today, and I sit proudly to share this example of this Falcon program, really I think demonstrates where we are today and the way we value public-private collaboration, because it is about an example where the U.S. government and the U.S. private sector together are able to reinforce the front lines against shared threats with U.S. expertise leading the way globally.
Thank you so much for that perspective, Joanna, and for giving us that broad outlook in terms of the cross-border collaboration and how that works at a very high level, strategic level. And so I'd like to jump over to you, Alice. When we talk about PPPs in the context of cybersecurity education, what are universities doing? And how is it that universities play a key role in that blend and mix of PPPs?
So recently I've been a part of an academic industry collaboration working with a healthcare facility that was looking to solve a regional healthcare problem as far as the medication that they were prescribing, like it works everywhere else, why isn't it working here? And so what started as a clinical question kind of evolved into a deeper investigation involving AI, cybersecurity, and the ethical use of sensitive healthcare data or whatever. And so that's kind of the unique value that institutions bring. So we offer trusted environments for experimentation, a steady pipeline for talent, for trained talent, and faculty that are both technical and policy, have policy expertise or whatever. So we can kind of help bridge the gap that exists between theory and practice, and also help industry and government explore scalable solutions within the cybersecurity landscape.
Would you also say that the private sector plays an important role in helping to shape curricula?
It does, and that's part of the value that we can also bring, like when you collaborate with the industry to see like what the needs are. It kind of let it inform the curriculum as well, so that when students go into these professions, they can from day one offer value to the organization.
Mm-hmm. Stuart, your organization has been engaged in public-private partnerships, particularly as it relates to STEM education. One of the things that we talk about when we talk about PPPs in the realm of education is who should benefit, at what level should that benefit go, especially as we try to negotiate what the private interest is in the mix of the PPPs. What has been your experience in that?
Oh, sure. So really, we don't give much public funding. We really, our big sponsor pool are private companies.
Okay.
So having that partnership has really allowed us to scale. So when we started 18 years ago, we had 8 teams in Central Florida, all associated with Civil Air Patrol. Last year, we had 5,050 teams in all 50 states, U.S. territories, and DoD schools overseas. And, I was earlier today, or just before this, MITRE was talking about their Capture the Flag competition, and they're doing this with 3 volunteers. Bless your heart. And if you're not from the South, you don't know what I just said, which is better you than me. Because I don't deal with, one school district, I deal with several thousand, and all the little intricacies and scheduling challenges, and having full-time staff to oversee it has been critical. And that's what enabled us to scale. We also are able to bring in industry folks. I can talk about how cool cyber is and why it's important and why you should do it. When I have a recruiter for Boeing come in and talk about, when I hire people, this is what I'm looking for, and to talk about the importance of certifications and what he's looking for. Or another great example, I had another Boeing person, they brought an all-star team to our national finals and gave a talk to our students. And she said, someone asked, what was your path in cyber? And she said, oh, easy. My high school guidance counselor said cyber's a really bad career choice for women. And she's now the head of penetration testing for Boeing missile systems, so she won. And I asked her, please, for me, go back to your high school guidance counselor and dance on his desk for me. And they've also allowed us to provide mentors and financial contributions as well. The mentors for teams, again, working with teams, saying this is what I do, especially young engineers. if I can have a high school student who sees someone who's just a little bit older than them, talk about, well, this is what I do, this is kind of fun, that really, they really get excited. And as for what do the private partners get out of it, well, we know from our student surveys, 80% of our students go on to study STEM subjects, which is really our goal. Only 5% join the military, and that's okay. The rest go into industry, and that's great because I don't know how many STEM graduates we need in this country and others. I just know we don't have enough. And so giving them access to students, helping them kind of tell their stories, I think that's what they get out of it. And a lot of, most companies have some sort of corporate charitable giving or corporate responsibility office. So they have people looking to engage in this way, and let's connect them with folks that can help.
Interesting. As I hear Stuart, Joanna, I'd like to kick back over to you for a quick follow-up. Is a part of the PPP's blend and mix is that there is also opportunity for private-public partnership. So when I heard Stuart speaking, at that high level, are there opportunities for a private company in the US, for example, partnering with a public interest in another country outside of the US? And how does that work and what does it look like?
So that's why you have the State Department. That's our job, is to share American excellence with the world. And I'll give you an example of that, and I'm so thrilled our Costa Rican colleagues are here with us these 2 days, so you haven't met them. I encourage you to do so, so they can tell their side of the story. But it was actually last year, right on Thanksgiving, a national oil company in Costa Rica was hit by a ransomware attack. And so it was actually due to the U.S.-Costa Rican partnership, right, our bilateral partnership that we had, that they chose to give us a call. And as I reflected earlier, now we had a way to answer it. We had this program called Falcon, which leveraged the excellence inside the U.S. private sector to deal with cyber incidents. And so we didn't just go in and have the private sector respond to the incident and then leave. Instead, we really knew we needed to give sort of a full spectrum of engagement where the Costa Rican government officials could fully engage with the expertise that we were deploying. And so that looked at things like providing hands-on training from facts from the incident. It included threat intelligence sharing, so an appreciation for what was behind this. And then really together walking through the Costa Ricans' operational playbooks. So they would be better resilient next time. So this full spectrum of engagement really emphasized sort of the long-term thinking that any organization or nation needs to think about, not just, going in and stopping the bleeding and then returning home. So for us, this was an example of not some abstract cyber capacity building training. Instead, it was frankly getting together in one room a group of skilled professionals to collectively address a real world threat and to transfer knowledge in the process. So that when our expertise left, the Costa Ricans would be better positioned to deal, but always knowing they had the partnership of the United States. The United States includes all of you. It includes everything that makes up the United States cybersecurity ecosystems, from government to private sector to academia. And now we do this recognizing that when we help partners increase their cyber defenses, what we're actually doing at the same time is decreasing the risk that these cyber threats will spill over across borders and into the United States and affect U.S. institutions on U.S. soil. And so by us being able to have that partnership with Costa Rica and deploy Falcon really delivered that rapid, high-impact results that leveraged the strengths of the US government, the Costa Rican government, and industry. And what brought us all three together was a clear objective. And that goes to, we had a common interest, was understanding and addressing this ransomware threat and being resilient in the future. And that's the kind of public-private partnership or collaboration that we want to be able to scale globally. One that demonstrates US leadership and how it translates into resilience abroad that in turn protects American citizens.
Well said, well said. And in the context of that, Elise, the kind of talent that is required to achieve a lot of what Joanna has just explained is left to our educational institutions to produce. What does that model look like where universities partner with other public and private interests to produce curricula that are able to engender both the technical and the non-technical skills that are needed to get to that reality that Joanna is describing for us?
Okay, and so our partnerships reflect the same intent, designing relevant, high-impact programs that prepare students, to contribute from day one. So, for example, when I was developing an industrial cybersecurity course, I worked directly with Mississippi's cybersecurity state coordinator for CISA. And so his insight helped me, to shape the course with real infrastructure risks, operational technology concerns, and even NIST-aligned controls, while also emphasizing the communication and coordination skills needed in high-stakes environment. And so, we work closely with the government and local employers to place students in internships and applied research roles that expose them to compliance challenges, cloud security, threat modeling, and vendor risk management. These experiences help the students build not only technical depth, but the adaptability, professionalism, and collaboration skills that, is needed in the cybersecurity field.
What are the pockets of skills between the soft and the technical skills do you believe are most optimally produced through those public-private partnerships?
I think the universities can kind of, be a training ground for the skills that are needed. So, being able to communicate not just to an engineer, but also, to the board. Those skills are important, as well as technical skills. And so a lot of times, we found that aligning the curriculum to cybersecurity certifications and things that are needed in the industry helps develop those skills also.
Interesting. Now, Stuart, so I'm trying to map the challenges that we experience with cybersecurity. One being the right blend of technical and non-technical skills. The other has to do with how early do we start? At what level should cybersecurity education begin? And I know your organization has been doing some work in that domain. So tell us a little bit about that, how public-private partnerships have been able to be a good strategy, a driving force in that domain.
So yes, so for our cyber defense competition, we start at the middle school level, and we actually have categories for just where middle schools are competing against each other, then high school. One of the challenges we have, and this was also came up when I captured the flag discussion a little bit, is how do we have to tier our teams, because I have teams that's they practice every day, they do 2-a-days in the summer. It's like football in the South, and so they're very, very, very skilled. And then you have teams that they're just starting out, and so we have to tier them a little bit. And it's not to discourage them. I think middle school is. I mean, there's I have a great niece. I don't have any grandkids, but I have a great niece. She's so cyber literate at 1, with her iPad. It's incredible. So I would say pretty much elementary school for sure. And then also, sometimes we forget. We actually do a couple programs for senior citizens. Because if I'm teaching an elementary school kid how to do cyber defense, I probably need to teach my grandparents. I still cannot convince my dad remarried, and I cannot convince his wife, please don't ever do any of those surveys on Facebook for the love of God, because she gets hacked about every 6 months. So can we teach those same skills as well? But actually, I want to go back to something you asked Elise about in the soft skills. One thing I kind of like about team-based competitions is I don't know what you're going to do in life, but you're going to be a part of a team or you're going to lead a team. And so the earlier we can teach those skills, especially in the technical arena. When I was in the Air Force, you'd always have the one person who's really, really smart, should not explain what he or she needed to explain, to where it would be understood. And you have to really draw out of them. So the earlier we can kind of teach those soft skills, the better. So
I'd like to follow up on something you said earlier. What is it about a public-private partnership that catalyzes early cybersecurity education? Why is it that it's not something that the government does on its own? What is it about this kind of collaboration? What's the ingredient in a PPP that makes it so useful?
I think it's a lot of times it's the local connections. There's the cyber arena in Oahu and San Antonio. You have a lot of companies that really, they will take every high school kid with a certification they can get, because they're feeding NSA activities. You have a very different activity or a very different situation in other states. And so those local kind of partnerships and the local, for us at least, the local teams and the local mentors really kind of help out and help make this happen. And so I think, it would be very difficult at a national level to try to figure out every circumstance you might see. I know, who would have thought when I'm scheduling a competition, in the state of Michigan, the first day of hunting season is a national holiday, and how dare I ever schedule anything on that weekend? Now I know. So all of those little things that you got to work around.
I'd like to jump back to you a bit, Joanna. You spoke to us about Falcon and its salience. It's a great, brilliant initiative. But the question is, we've talked about PPPs as a potential response to the blend of skills that we need, the soft and technical skills. We've talked a little bit about it as an effective tool in driving cyber education even at the earliest stages and levels. But I think the real question, and picking up off the question I posed to Stuart, is what blend of PPPs works? How much of private is good? How much of the public is good? What is that optimal blend?
So, when I think about it, and sort of building off your last comment there, Stu, everything needs to be shaped to a local context, a local environment. Even if, something smaller to what dates, to and not to convene stakeholders. But when you take that to globally, which is what we do, is needing to understand what is that ecosystem of stakeholders in a partner nation, and helping them answer that very question. Because it's different with each country. One thing, though, I will say is a challenge that we find with partner countries is that they have really outdated and restrictive regulatory frameworks that create these barriers for partnership. They make it really difficult for companies and for this audience, really U.S. companies, to be able to operate and allow just generally public-private collaboration to flourish. And that is a barrier. We see that as a barrier to their resilience, and we see it as a barrier to ours, just given the nature of threats in cyberspace. And so this is a challenge that we really have been committed in helping try and address. Because when these local laws are not modernized, it really becomes nearly impossible for country governments to be able to leverage outside expertise. And to my earlier points, governments are never going to have the level of expertise necessary to deal with the level of sophistication that threatens our networks, right? So we need, as governments, the United States or elsewhere in the world, we need to position ourselves to be able to collaborate with industry. And we need to think about how we can deploy tools like cloud, right, that help increase our defense posture. And when laws are outdated or written in a way that are restricted, it really is to the detriment of our partner nations and in turn to the United States. It really weakens their ability to respond quickly to an incident, and it really, in the long term, also limits them from being able to benefit from the American innovation that can be offered to their nation in terms of their development and the security that needs to come with that development. And so we've really tried to position ourselves to work with them to create legal and regulatory frameworks that are transparent, predictable, and open to U.S. commercial engagement. And that is, while in the interest of the United States, we recognize it is also in their interest because the United States private sector does have so much to offer the world when it comes to addressing these threats. So an example of that is we've worked at the State Department with the Department of Commerce, as well as MITRE, to bring together government experts from the US as well as our partner countries, along with legal experts, to sort of sit down and together build systems and rules that work for them, but also work for us. And what we've realized is that strategic regulatory modernization is what enables market access, drives down risk, and fosters public-private collaboration, which, as we're demonstrating on this panel, and I think clear to this audience, is a requisite for dealing with threats in cyberspace and being resilient.
Brilliant, brilliant. In this blend of things, please, universities can be black boxes. They can be very complex places and very difficult to navigate. They can also be very rigid. And public-private partnerships, they aren't new, but they sometimes do not automatically fit within the ethos of a university in how they operate sometimes. What are the commitments to change? What are the things that universities need to change, to flex on, to adopt in order to facilitate long-term and sustained public-private partnerships that drive the results that we want to see?
Okay, and so that's to begin with, moving past like one-off collaborations and, threats, let me see, and cybersecurity education as and treat cybersecurity education as a priority. And so that kind of starts with leadership level commitment. So universities need to formalize support structures that enable ongoing engagement with both government and industry. And we also need to build in more flexibility. A lot of times, we have committees for when we get ready to develop new curriculum, and you got to go through all the different chain of commands to, to get curriculum in, and then, but industry and, even the government, you need higher, faster turnover rate. So, we need to build in the agility to be able to continue to, be able to make a difference in what's not providing what's needed.
Yeah. I want to come to Stuart a bit, but before I do, Elise, in the blend of PPPs, sometimes we have a challenge in trying to locate where do we put nonprofits. They're an important part of the blend, and I know that you lead a nonprofit organization. What would you say are some of the challenges that gets in the way of a nonprofit, for example, in participating in those kinds of public-private partnerships?
Just, I guess, having a seat at the table. A lot of times, when you look at PPPs, they're more focused on, universities, government, and industry, and, just getting people to, look outside and, see that there are nonprofits that are training individuals and, that there's a source of talent there as well that needs to be tapped.
Joanna, do you think that, what would you say is the place of nonprofits in, for example, in your experience in the work abroad and even locally?
Yeah, I think it's clear the role that they have in our ecosystem, but frankly, the role of nonprofits vary from country to country in terms of having such a stakeholder. But what I have seen, the consistent sort of powerful role that they've played for both governments and industry is being a connective tissue to the people. And that really is important, especially in this conversation around workforce, but it's an understanding of where the people are, what their needs are, that then, hand the problem over, right, to the employers, to the government in terms of how we then position ourselves in service of them. And I think that is a consistent role that we see globally that they play, is having a touch point to the population. The opportunities and challenges that then academia, industry, government can all collaborate around.
Makes perfect sense. And Stuart, I know I want to come to the point. Alice said, in order to sustain these public-private partnerships, the public needs to work harder. Public needs to, be a strong player in the mix, change their attitude and the way they do things, come to the table of a partnership with a more long-term focus and so forth. Stop with these one-off, short-term kind of things. But history has told us, and the evidence is there as well, that sometimes, no matter how committed the public is, there's also private desire to remain in the partnership. What are this, and you've worked with many private companies, in the context of cybersecurity education and workforce development, it may not always be a profitable venture for the private interest. So how can we sustain private investment in PPPs that are geared towards workforce development?
Gosh, that's a tough question, because when I retired from the Air Force, I did 29 years. All I knew I didn't want to do was business development, so now I do fundraising for a nonprofit for sustaining the program. So there's, like I said earlier, every company usually, and it's part of their corporate responsibility and their way of giving, and it's not just financial, it's employee time. It could be, Boeing is a huge partner, and they bring an amazing group of individuals, Cisco as well, to our national finals, and give access to Cisco NetAcad and things like that. It's basically aligning what you're doing as a nonprofit with your program with what their corporate values and what they're trying to do as well. It's sometimes a little bit of give and take. They might say, hey, we're really into AI, and say, yeah, we're really not ready to go there yet. Let's stick with cyber defense. And so it's kind of a constant engagement and constant discussion. I probably, as bad as any business development person, I harass foundations all the time and keep them engaged with what's going on. And actually going back to something Elise talked about, and we were talking about university partnerships, I neglected to mention one of our key partners is actually the University of Texas at San Antonio, their Center for Infrastructure Assurance and Security. So they provide the backbone for our competition. They do the collegiate competition, we do high school and below. So there is an academic element there as well. And I also have partnerships with a couple of universities as well. But for us, at least, it's kind of a constant cycle of trying to find sponsors and to sustain the programs.
Interesting. And Joanna, I know you touched upon many of these throughout the conversation, but if there is one most salient challenge
challenge.
that you think gets in the way of either of the P's in that PPP, what would it be? And how do we overcome it?
So, again, as a diplomat, our job is to deal with global challenges. And normally when you start to break apart a problem set, you realize a lot of times, you need to find that common interest and ensure you're using a common language so you can understand each other. And when you're able to sort of purposely tackle both those and figure out what is that common interest that brings people to the table, and then figure out how to communicate on the same page, you can find a way forward together. Now, one thing I thought I would just reflect is, in face of that challenge, I do something we at the State Department, which has actually started my journey with NICE, is the NICE framework. As I learned about what all of you were doing here in the United States and how that became a tool to create that common lexicon, I realized that it was a very flexible tool that could also create that common lexicon with our international partners, who also were struggling with all the same issues we were struggling with here in the United States. And I think it's an example of the tools that we have here in the United States and the ways in which we've developed them and nurtured them as a group of stakeholders, therefore relevant to all, and we can use it and apply it as it fits, that we really have something to offer that brings benefits to both the United States and countries around the world as we tackle these shared issues. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to the NICE framework, both in its utility here, but also for all of you to recognize how that's a tool that really does build those bridges outside our borders that can foster ultimately a global cybersecurity workforce that's needed to address the threats that both private sector governments and academia can use. So, and even just a reflection of the challenge, but then also a really effective tool that many of you know, and give some appreciation to how it actually is something that's relevant and that we can share with the world.
I must also, and I see Rodney sitting here, it would be remiss of me to not echo that sentiment that the NICE framework has been a really important tool in this entire process. I use the NICE framework as a teaching aid, as a teaching tool, to allow students to become more conversant with very applicable tools that can solve can make the world of cybersecurity much less complex than we think it is. So kudos to the NICE team for continuing on that journey and for continuing on that fight. Stuart, we are almost out of time, but I'd like to touch on something. Your organization does a lot of work in STEM. You shed some light earlier on the strategies, broadly speaking, in sustaining private investment. From your experience, what are the biggest challenges in aligning the goals of K-12 education, industry, and government when building STEM-focused programs overall?
So I think, industry definitely, they want the product. So there's a demand signal out there. Universities, I think, do a really good job, of producing graduates. It's just, I think really it's convincing I have so many friends who have kids who did Cyber Patriot, and the story typically is, I didn't know what this is, I wasn't very good at it, but I learned that I liked cyber, and now I do cyber for a living. And it's so, how do I get to that eighth grader and tell them, yes, you can do this, or you don't necessarily have to have a lot of math. Get just enough math to get a degree and get your certifications. And so I think the biggest challenge, really, I would love to see more government help. So and it's not just our programs, there's a lot of great other programs out there. The rising tide lifts all boats, so we always talk about each other. I'm a big fan of CyberStart because they're in an individual-based competition while we're team-based. Any of the robotics competitions are phenomenal. So I think there's a lot of good grassroots opportunities out there. It's just perhaps, I hear great things coming out of the government at a very high level, like Vice President Harris. And then, but I don't see the trickle-down effect. And I've talked to the Department of Education, and I thought the DoD was Byzantine until I talked to them. So, not to say anything bad about them, but it was just very different. They were very focused on apprenticeships, and so that might be, those are important too, but it's kind of an outdated model for cyber. So maybe a little bit more love from there, but I think universities and nonprofits are certainly there and ready to help.
Sounds good. Exactly on the 3-minute mark. I give you all each a minute to give us your final thoughts, starting with you, Elise.
So I just want to say that, cybersecurity is no longer a technical problem. It's a workforce education and ecosystem challenge. And universities have a unique role to play in that ecosystem, not just as talent pipelines, but as, ecosystem connectors and innovation hubs as well. And so I've seen the power of cross-sector collaboration when we align academic programs with real-world needs, engage government and industry early, and treat student success as a shared mission.
Thank you so much. Joanna?
Yeah, I guess I would just leave this room hopefully recognizing that the problem set that each of you are here to contribute isn't a United States problem, it's a global problem.
Indeed.
And therefore, all of you are not just US stakeholders, you're global stakeholders. And so, as you guys, over the course of 16 years, have done such a good job of coming together to think about the domestic problem, I challenge all of you to take one step further and think about how our domestic environment is connected to the world and what we can be doing in each of your sectors or across your sectors with your counterparts around the world to address it, because you are a global stakeholder.
Thank you so much, George.
So the last time I checked the stats, there are 500,000 unfilled cybersecurity jobs in the United States. I can only imagine what it's like in other countries, but probably very similar proportion. I think the rate is growing, so we've got to really get after this problem as a nation and as a bunch of partner nations on this. So there are no bad ideas. We got to push forward.
Thank you so much. This time, I'm going to ask everyone to stand, please. And by now, you must be wondering, why am I asking you to stand? But I think I found the way to ensure that my esteemed panelists get a round of standing ovation. Thank you, everyone.
Wow, that was awesome. Outstanding.
Thanks so much, Donovan.
Thank you, great job. Thank you so much. All right, we are at the end of the day. Barbara sent me up here to say 3 things. Thing 1, please don't forget to do the surveys. Surveys are going to pop up. They're either on your table. There will be a QR code that pops up here. So please, if you can help us, that will certainly ensure that we continue to build on the program. After all these years, there's always room for improvement, and we're always looking to do better. Thing 2, there is going to be free food and some refreshments out in the atrium. So we want to invite all of you out to the reception immediately following this here in the atrium. There will be some snacks, some food, a cash bar. And so we think that's an amazing opportunity for us to continue the conversation, continue to, again, break bread, build community, and continue to think about the meaningful things we can do together. And thing 3 is thank you so much. I was so impressed with how many people stuck it out all the way at the end of the day. These are the ones that are really in the trenches, and I'm grateful that you joined us. We'll be back here again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Thank you.